Motions and resolutions.
Long moves that Senate File number 2909 as amended be taken from the table.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
All those in favor of taking the file off of the table, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The bill is before us. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File number 2909, an act relating to state government, providing for certain judiciary, public safety, etc., the unofficial engrossment.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend Senate File number 2909, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A9.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would request a roll call on the A9.
Representative Nash requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Nash.
I appreciate my colleagues over there giving me a roll call. So, members, this would remove the universal background check language from the bill. And I wanted to share some information, and many of you have heard this previously, but in a 2019 study by the U.S. Department of Justice Bureau of Justice Statistics, their finding was that approximately 8% of all guns used in the commission of a crime were obtained legally. That means that 92% of guns used in the commission of a crime were obtained illegally, either through straw purchases, theft, or as I use in my example that I have used frequently, a purchase made behind a gas station and for purposes of debate and to not use any names of existing gas stations, I created a gas and sip. So behind the gas and sip is where many people are buying guns, and the black market for guns happens a little bit like this. So a crime is committed in, let's say, Chicago, and those guns are quickly funneled to another market, much like Minneapolis. So the people who are selling these guns are knowingly committing a felony when they sell a gun to another person who is going to be intent on using that gun to commit a crime. So that's already illegal. The person buying the gun is also a prohibited person, and they are going to go and use that in the commission of a crime. So, members, what we're effectively trying to do is create a background check paradigm that will not stop any prohibited people from accessing guns. And what we're trying to do is effectively shut down law-abiding citizens from really, in 3 separate instances now, the Supreme Court has ruled that it is an individual's right to keep and bear arms and to avail themselves of their Second Amendment rights. So of that 92% and the balance of the 8%, I believe it's roughly another 4% are people who, in the commission of and I'm going to use air quotes here, Chair Mueller, in a crime, use those guns that they obtained legally to commit suicide. And I hate that we put suicide as a gun crime, because it's not. And that should be fixed someday, and I would love to work on that, because I know our friends at NAMI feel passionately about that's just wrong. So now we're going to subtract that number from the balance of the 8%. So now we're down to like 3% of guns that we are trying to do a background check on to prevent people from using the commission of a crime. And I would argue this, that criminals are always going to ignore the law by virtue of the fact that they are purposely, knowingly, willingly waking up on, let's say, on Monday, and they know that they're going to go commit a gun crime. They will not submit to a background check. They won't even think about it. And I've said this in years past. Criminal A says to criminal B, hey, let's go and stick up the insert business here, or hey, I'm going to go and commit murder. They're not going to stop and say, well, citizen, we've passed the new law here in the state of Minnesota that says we have to go get a background check. Let's go down to the sheriff's office, or let's go find an FFL, or we have to go do the background check before I go commit this heinous crime. They're not doing that. They're not doing that. And it's been argued, and I was actually on the Public Safety Committee when then County Attorney Freeman said, and we talked about this yesterday very clearly, he was not prosecuting gun crimes. He admitted that he was downward departing, and I see the chair shaking her head. I was in the room, Madam Chair. I was in the room, and it was my question that followed up, and he clarified it and said, yes, that is correct. Wouldn't it be more intriguing if we prosecuted those that were using guns in the commission of a crime and putting them away? And I think that you would see a precipitous drop in future gun crimes. But back to the paradigm that I'm trying to help you understand. So many crimes committed with a gun, and I think a lot of our former police, and I think Representative Whitty could probably, and I've asked him this before, so I feel free I can share this. I asked him one time, of the guns that you had, excuse me, it's allergy season. I said, in the guns that were used in the commission of a crime, how many of them in your career did you see that were obtained legally? And he said, very, very, very few. Members, what I'm trying to do is to make the argument that we should prosecute criminals to the full extent of the law, and if they use guns in the commission of a crime, I'll stand with you, Chair Moeller, that if we're going to prosecute criminals that use a gun in the commission of a crime and put them away, I'm your huckleberry. I'll go right there with you, because they should be. They should be. They should not, however, receive a juice box, a blanket, and a hug and walk out the revolving door of the justice system. They should be put away. So back to my amendment. The gas and sip model, I think, holds up to scrutiny because we know by the study that was done by the DOJ's Bureau of Justice Statistics, these are their numbers obtained objectively through surveys and questions and data. I don't think that your effort is going to have the efficacy that you would like it to. I think that what this does is it punishes law-abiding citizens. It's going to create an encumbrance on the sheriffs and local units of government that have to do transfer background checks. Because in your bill, you provide no mechanism for them to be paid for that. There is no remuneration for that. If they take it to an FFL can charge for that. But a sheriff and chief of police cannot do that, if I am correct in the reading of the bill. My supposition is that the universal background check creates this notion that all gun sales, irrespective of permitted or prohibited person, somehow those prohibited people are going to raise their hand, as I'd said, and say, hey, citizen, let's go get the background check, and then we'll run down and commit a crime. I think that is what it ticks the box of many logical fallacies, and I'm troubled by it. I think that it impacts only law-abiding citizens who will comply with the law, perhaps begrudgingly, but we will comply with the law. But it's not going to have the impact that you wanted. It's not going to do anything to change the outcome, because as we've seen again, the overwhelming statistics show that over 92% of guns used in the commission of a violent crime are obtained illegally. So, Madam Speaker, I believe I have a roll call on.
You do. We all want a roll call. Representative Nash.
We all want roll calls. I thank you for the debate. I think we're probably going to have a little bit more, and I urge your green vote on the amendment.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, here we are. The question before the body is going to be whether criminal background checks get to take the next step forward to becoming law in Minnesota. This is something that our constituents are calling for. A reminder that there are criminal background checks on many gun sales. We have decided as a state that some people are not eligible to have a gun. People who have committed dangerous crimes, that they're violent felons, and a number of other groups as well. We've decided that that is settled. We've also decided that there will be background checks on many of the sales to them from dealers. And I have not actually heard a proposal, thank God, to take away those background checks. The question is, do we have a whole separate process where those people can get access to guns, or really when a gun can be given to them, without a background check being done? Our constituents are saying that no, that they want to make sure that that loophole is closed, that there are background checks on those additional sales, and I certainly agree with them. Yesterday, we had some questions that Representative Nash directed to Representative Curran about the no-knock warrant proposal, and I heard a lot of comments, and I know a lot of concerns about keeping our officers safe and making sure to consult with officers. And I just wonder if Representative Nash, Madam Speaker, would yield to a question.
He will. Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so, Representative Nash, I guess my question is, you had asked Representative Curran yesterday about her consultation with law enforcement. Which law enforcement groups have you consulted with in presenting this amendment to take out the background check proposal?
Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Pinto, I did not ask any of those questions, so you're incorrect there. I did not rise to ask Representative Curran a question at all, so you are incorrect in your assumption. So thank you.
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Nash, I'm so sorry. I think it may possibly, well, in any case, if I can ask you, though, Representative Nash, are there law enforcement groups, and if so, which ones that you consulted in presenting this amendment? And my apologies again for the misidentification.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Pinto, I did talk to a number of sheriffs and I did talk to a number of police agencies across the state. The list is too many to enumerate, but I did speak to my own sheriff and I said, in your best estimate, is this actually going to have the efficacy that it's intended? And his answer was no, that it seemed very cumbersome. So I'm sure you weren't expecting that answer, and I talked to him here in the parking lot today. I think that their estimation is that they would like to find ways to keep criminals off the street who have been using guns in the commission of a crime, and they think that, and he thinks that prosecuting those criminals would be a much more efficacious application. So again, I have spoken to many. I know that many of my members have also spoken to their law enforcement officials, and I'm not going to speak for them. If you really feel compelled, you could maybe ask everyone to yield, but that would just delay the inevitable. I believe that this is only going to fix the law-abiding citizens. And it's not even a fix. It's going to require us to go through another level of background checks. If you were serious about taking care of guns used in the commission of a crime, and you and I have talked about this study before, and you've never refuted the outcome of the study because the DOJ's data is quite good. It's over 92%. And you throw in the suicide numbers and it nudges up to 97%. I would love for someone on the other side to refute these statistics because you can't. You can't. So, members, we can debate this, and gosh, I'd love to, but I think what we need to understand is that this offer that you have, this effort that you're going to I hope not pass in the law, but you're at least going to pass it out of this chamber. I hope it fails, but what it's going to do is only impact law-abiding citizens that will have nothing. Because I would ask Chair Pinto, are straw purchases illegal? Are purchases made behind the gas and sip also illegal? Or are they still illegal? Did they start off as illegal? The answer, inevitably, he will tell us, is yes. Yes, they are. Fix that.
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, first, I think it's important to recognize that there may be an individual sheriff who disagrees, but the Minnesota Sheriff's Association is calling for the passage of criminal background checks. The Minnesota Chiefs of Police Association is calling for criminal background checks. Our county attorneys, state county attorneys, calling for criminal background checks as in this bill. And our Minnesota Police and Peace Officers Association, our frontline police officers, are calling for the criminal background checks in this bill. Now, they recognize that it is the case that if somebody transfers a gun to somebody that they know is a dangerous felon, well, then they've committed a crime, and that's a straw purchase. There is every incentive not to know. There's every incentive to say, hey, I'm going to hand this gun to you. The person says, I want to let you know I actually just got out of, whoa, don't tell me anything further. Don't tell me anything further. Members, criminal background checks we have recognized are needed and are working in so much of our society. Why would we say that we would not want it to cover all gun sales with the exceptions that are laid out in this bill, as in fact was discussed yesterday in an amendment? Members, the point has been made that criminals, they'll ignore the law anyway. And I guess I don't, as a prosecutor, I really don't understand that argument, because that would say we shouldn't have any criminal laws, right? Criminal laws set an expectation. In this case, the expectation they are setting is on a person who has a gun, let's say entirely legally. I would hope the responsible gun owners in this chamber would not hand their weapon over to somebody if they did not know that person's criminal record. I would hope that you would do that. What this does is to hold all gun owners to that same standard of a reasonable gun owner. To say that we have the expectation of you that you will not hand your weapon over to somebody without knowing what their criminal record is. Again, I would hope that most folks who have guns would follow that expectation, would act in that responsible way. Members, it is critical that we hold all gun owners to that standard. It shocks me that in this time, and really you could say in any time as our society, as our state, as our country experiences the drumbeat of death by gun. Our country is an outlier in the world, way higher the number of our residents that we are losing to guns. And the people who live in this state know that. They recognize that. Why would we want to be like some states that are at war when it comes to those number of people that we're losing? America should be so much better than that, right? And so many states around our country have taken steps to do that. In many of the states that have criminal background checks on their gun sales, the residents of those states are safer. There is a lower rate of suicide. There are fewer domestic violence deaths. There are better results for the folks in those states. It is absolutely the case that somebody who is a dangerous felon, if they get possession of a gun and they shouldn't have the gun, that is illegal for them to have that. Yeah, are they more likely to use the gun in a crime? They certainly are. That's why we want to make sure they don't get the gun. So we want to make sure that somebody who has a gun has a background check that they have to go through before they hand that gun over. The expectation is on the seller of the gun. If the person who wants the gun goes behind the gas and sip and says, hey, I want to get a gun, well, I hope the person who walks up, and if they in fact legally have a gun, we want an expectation on them that they are going to expect evidence that a background check has been performed before they hand over the gun. Members, it is appalling to me that we would be thinking that we would not want to have background checks on the transfer of guns in the many additional situations where we don't have that. There are common sense exceptions in the bill, and there's an expectation that we should set for folks who have guns in our society. Members, let's listen to our constituents. Let's listen to our law enforcement agencies and our officers and the coalitions. Let's listen to doctors. Let's listen to young people, finally, to say that this is a step that we're actually going to take. We're finally going to say that there will be criminal background checks on the sale of guns. And members, I'd ask you to vote down this amendment. Let's move this forward. Thank you.
Any further discussion? The member from Clearwater, Representative Grossell.
Madam Speaker, and members, Representative Pinto is right. The Sheriff's Association and MPPOA and the Chiefs, those associations do support some of these things. But not all of the sheriffs support these things. Not all of the chiefs support these things. Last count, there were 67 sheriffs, 67 counties in this state that sent in letters against these gun control laws. Against. 77? 78. The last that was the 67 was the last number I had. 78 county sheriffs were against these gun control measures. Background checks are already done on law-abiding citizens. Background checks are already done. Gun dealers cannot sell a gun to just Joe Schmo off the street without them going through a background check. So your criminal is not going to go get a background check. They're going to lie, cheat, and steal just like they've always done to get a weapon. They will continue to do that. These bills do nothing but hinder law-abiding citizens. Any weapon that I have, that I loan to somebody, I know that person. I know what they're going to use it for. And it comes back to me. It comes back to me because more than likely they're family or close friends. I don't need the government to tell me who I can loan a weapon to. I don't need to burden my sheriff's office or chief's office or whoever to get a background check to loan a weapon to a friend. I know the people that I deal with, and they're good citizens as well. They're good citizens as well. If there are issues that you want to solve in certain counties, in certain areas, then do it. Solve it. But leave the rest of us alone. Leave the rest of us alone. We do things the right way, and we will continue to do things the right way. We don't need the government telling us how to do it. Support the Nash Amendment.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This conversation is very important. As I traveled my district last year during the course of the campaign cycle, I can tell you one thing. The protection of our constitutional rights was at the tip of the spear of the issues that were most important to the constituents in my district. The 40,000+ constituents that I represent believe in the Second Amendment, believe in law-abiding gun owners having the right and the opportunity to own and possess firearms as they see fit. And whether that's for recreation, whether it's for hunting, whether it's for personal protection, members, we need to defend and protect the constitutional rights of law-abiding gun owners in this state. And this amendment is prudent because in this state, this provision that's included currently in this omnibus bill, gosh, it fits with the Democrats' agenda. Go after the law-abiding people of this state. Go after the people who aren't committing crimes in this state. Restrict their rights. Gather their data. And at the same time, make it easier for the criminals of this state to continue to commit crimes here in Minnesota. Law-abiding gun owners should not be the target of this bill, but they are today. When we want to talk about law enforcement professionals, as I've traveled my district, I've made sure to ask every law enforcement official in my district, every single sheriff in my district, 5 different counties, 5 different sheriffs, opposes this. And instead, you know what they ask for? They ask for the laws that are already on the books to be enforced in this state. But are they? Of course not. Of course not. Not with the elected people of this state on a statewide basis who fail to enforce the laws of this state. The streets of our most major cities are more dangerous because the laws on the books aren't enforced in this state. But instead of recognizing that, and instead of taking action to demand that the judicial system in this state actually holds criminals accountable, this measure included in this bill goes after law-abiding gun owners, and it shouldn't be this way. We need to protect the rights of the law-abiding gun owners of this state and support this amendment and strip out this language that doesn't belong in this bill.
The member from Beltrami, Representative Bliss.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Pinto, I have spoken to many sheriffs. Those 78 letters we've gotten, they are very clear they do not support these gun laws. Granted, not all of them mention this one in particular, but every sheriff that I have spoken to has said this law is unreasonable. I've got a letter pulled up in front of me from one of my local county sheriffs, and Representative Schultz, I represent 7 counties, so I topped you up there a little bit. And I have spoken to every one of them, and every one of them oppose these laws. This particular law, or this letter, was written by the county sheriff and county attorney in conjunction with each other. They reference 6 current statutes that prohibit people from purchasing firearms or carrying firearms that are prohibited. Representative Schultz is absolutely 100% correct. We have had example after example on this floor given. Just the other week, we had a huge floor fight about a person that should remain nameless who allowed 2 people to plead down a gun-related charge to a 2-year sentence. That is unbelievable that we in this state do not prosecute gun charges. They're let out on the street. You want to prevent them from getting a gun, but you're going to let them go to the sip-and shop or whatever the heck the gas station is and buy them. They're going to do it. Why are you doing this? I don't understand it. Yeah, I don't mind getting a background check. Every one of my firearms I have gotten a background check on. If I have sold some of my firearms. I've got friends that have kids that are going through trap. They come to me and say, hey, do you have a shotgun of this caliber, this size? You know, sometimes I do, so I sell it to them. Do I want them guys to get a background check? Do I want them to spend $75, $80, $100 to get a background check? No. And the 20-year requirement to keep this paperwork. Do you have your marriage license still? Do you know where that is? Okay, a couple people. I guarantee you the majority of Minnesotans don't know where that document is, and that's a rather important one if you ask me. This one particular piece of paper, you are compelled to show it to law enforcement officers upon request at 19 years, 364 days later. What the heck are you thinking? Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to clarify a couple of things that have been said, just to make it clear that the Minnesota Sheriff's Association does, in fact, support criminal background checks, does support this bill. In committee, the Carver County Sheriff testified on behalf of the Minnesota Sheriff's Association in support of this bill. I also want to point out that this reference to Hennepin County prosecutor and Freeman in 2019, this testimony that he gave about prosecution of gun cases had to do with the law that we talked about yesterday that made it only a gross misdemeanor crime, which we increased that to a felony yesterday. But he was talking about it because we don't in the counties prosecute gross misdemeanors because they're not in the jurisdiction of the county. The county's job is to prosecute felony cases. So I just wanted to make that point one more time. And I also just wanted to point out that we had testimony in committee from a woman whose aunt was killed because a person who was unstable should not have had guns, and the red flag law would have helped her. She went to a private gun show and purchased a gun, used that gun in the Hennepin County Government Center, and murdered her aunt and injured somebody else. So we do know that criminal background checks are important, and I recommend a no vote on the Nash Amendment.
Further discussion. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, again, I did not ask Chair Pinto to yield, but I doubt that if I did, that he would disagree with the following statements. Straw purchases are illegal, and purchases made behind the gas and sip are also illegal. And he said something just a minute ago, that the seller is responsible to do or to require a background check behind the gas and sip. You said that just a minute ago. Two criminals going behind the gas and sip, do you really have an expectation that the seller in that paradigm is going to say, hey, we need to do a background check before I sell you these guns so you can go out and commit a crime? Would the chair yield?
He will yield. Representative Pinto.
Well,
Representative Nash.
Nash, Pinto.
Sure, I just wasn't sure if you finished your question or you got a new one. Representative Nash.
So, Representative Pinto, you said just a second ago that the scenario that I gave of the gas and sip, that you said, I sure hope that the seller behind the gas and sip would require a background check. I'll give you a chance to revise those comments, because I don't think that two known criminals going behind the gas and sip to do the exchange for cash or drugs or whatever, is that what you really intended to say?
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nash, under this proposal, there will be a background check in a whole bunch of situations. If you're talking about a seller, talking about somebody who is themselves prohibited when they walk behind the gas and sip, well, obviously they're committing a crime as they have the gun as they walk back there. But if you're waiting, I'll pause for you. But if you're talking about somebody who is legally possessing a gun, then I don't care where they are, behind the gas sip, wherever they are, there's an expectation on Minnesotans that before they hand over that gun, that they should get proof of a background check. And that is an expectation that we would have of responsible gun owners, and we would have of irresponsible gun owners to say, if you're not going to be responsible, we're going to hold you accountable, and that's what this does.
Representative Nash.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And Okay, I'm going to repeat what you just said, that yes, you expect the people behind the gas and sip to do a background check, and that they wake up on a Monday and they're still criminals, right? They're going to commit a crime. They walk in knowing that someone needs to buy a gun with a serial number filed off or something like that. There's no part of the world, no part of Minnesota, no part of the U.S. that a dealer in illegal guns who knows that they're already obtained illegally, so selling a gun illegally obtained is a felony, to a person who is going to go out and commit a crime. I don't know how you can actually believe that. And I'm not imputing motives. I just don't, I mean, the logic doesn't follow. The logic doesn't follow how somebody who is going to conduct a sale out of the trunk of their car behind the gas and sip, knowingly to somebody who is going to go commit a crime, will say, so I've got 4 FFLs ready to go. We'll just drive over to Bernie's house and he'll do the background check on this illegal gun sale. That's preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So I think logical people would refute your assertion that a person who is going to host a gun sale illegally behind the gas and sip to somebody who is going to acquire them illegally is going to be as stupid as to go and say, I need to do a background check, because they themselves would then be arrested for selling illegal guns. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Chair Hortman. And I just want to further clarify something that the chair said regarding the comments of former County Attorney Mike Freeman. I'm really glad that we're able to actually say the person's name now without being called out for personalities or whatever. So I appreciate that. I remember, I'm not on the Public Safety Committee, but I was listening. I had my computer on listening to that debate back in 2019. And what former prosecutor Mike Freeman said was that they didn't charge those misdemeanors, or they didn't charge people that knew that they were giving a firearm to a person that was not qualified to have one. They didn't charge them because it was only a misdemeanor, a gross misdemeanor. They want to charge felonies. So that, I was on the phone probably within 5 minutes to Mr. Holtquist here, our researcher, and said, what can we do about this? And let's get a bill drafted that will raise that penalty to a felony. Now, I've offered that bill every year since, and finally we had some movement on it. I got called down the first time because it was a felony, and felonies would have put the budget resolution out of whack, even though I had a fiscal note that it cost nothing. Your side of the aisle still would not take that bill. Now, I don't know if it was a difference in chairs or what. Now you finally took it. There's some nuance to the language. So let's get the record straight here. The reason that Freeman said he wouldn't charge those is because it was only a gross misdemeanor. So we tried to fix it. Finally, hopefully, we are.
The member from Stearns, Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as we debate the Nash Amendment, thank you, Representative Nash, for bringing this forward. I just want to make note that the Stearns County Sheriff, who I know Representative O'Driscoll, Representative Perryman, myself, Representative Wolgamont, specifically wrote to us and let us know that agencies in Minnesota are already doing everything that is covered as far as background checks go. We know that this amendment is important to support, members, and I would ask for a green vote on the Nash Amendment.
Any further discussion to the Nash Amendment? The member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Speaker. And listening to the debate today, just want to thank Representative Nash for his amendment. one of the things that was discussed, and I just think we have to highlight again, Representative Pinto, requiring that Minnesotans maintain paperwork on a transfer for 20 years. 20 years under penalty of a gross misdemeanor. I can't get over that. There's a whole debate on each side of this, back and forth, background checks and so on and so forth, and many of the arguments, I think, are incredibly important to the discussion. I'm glad we're having that. But specifically to requiring 20 years that you maintain paperwork, so many things happen in people's lives. That casts such a wide net. People are going to get caught up in something without ever intending, never ever maliciously or intentionally causing the loss of, say, a piece of paperwork. Many things happen in people's lives. People move. People have, sometimes there's a loss due to a fire or flood, and so many other examples. I just think that's outrageous that we're talking about requiring people to maintain that paperwork for 20 years on penalty of a gross misdemeanor. I had to rise today to speak to that. I think it just really helps, if anybody's watching the debate today, kind of sets the tone for what we're getting after here. Are we really trying to solve a problem, or are we getting after something in a political context? And I know I'm on the edge there a little bit bringing that up, but there's so many opportunities to work on problems as it relates to public safety. This, to me, is just really concerning. And I'm thankful that I had a chance to vote on this and have the amendment before us today. I'm certainly going to be a green vote on the Nash Amendment.
The member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It just is mind-boggling that we're hearing from county sheriffs, from law enforcement officials, who every day go out and enforce Minnesota law and enforce other laws that are within their domain. The part that I find just absolutely amazing is that here in the state of Minnesota, we have statutory requirements for records retentions of 6 years in real estate, 6 years in the insurance business, 6 years in the appraisal business. My goodness, the Department of Revenue in the state of Minnesota doesn't even keep tax records as long as 20 years. But under a constitutionally protected right in the Bill of Rights in this country, we're going to mandate a 20-year retention for a background check. Think about that. None of the things I talked about previously were constitutionally protected. Records of retention in real estate, records of retention in insurance, record retention in appraisal. Now, you could make the case that tax collection is constitutional, and I'll grant you that. But they don't keep those records for 20 years. The Second Amendment in the Constitution of the United States of America, not the Fifth, not the Seventh, not added on after the Bill of Rights was adopted. Number 2, we deem it right and appropriate to require the retention of a background check and documentation for 20 years. A full generation of people. Oh, have we lost our way? Have we lost our way? Well, maybe we haven't. Maybe I'm making a judgment that members will not be voting and supporting the Nash Amendment. However, past history would dictate that the Nash Amendment's going to go down in flames, right along with your rights under the Second Amendment. Ladies and gentlemen, support the Nash Amendment. Vote green.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Smith.
Thank you. That amendment does say, well, regulated in it, but I do want to set the stage. We've heard a lot about talking about this debate. 120 people in America die every day at the end of a gun. Over 200 are shot and wounded a day from a gun. When it comes to gun violence in America, out of every 10 incidences, 6 are gun suicides. Access to a gun triples someone's likelihood of death by suicide by gun. For every 10 gun deaths, 4 out of every 10 gun deaths are by homicide. And the rate of gun violence in America is staggering. We are 26 times higher in our country to die by a gun homicide than in other high-income nations. 26 times. Are our criminals 26 times worse? Is the security at our gas stations 26 times worse? No. It's the access to guns. We're a country where we have more guns than people. This is not perfect, but background checks is one step into making us a safer state and a safer country. That's what this is about.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'm blown away by what I just heard. Well-regulated was just quoted, completely out of context. I'm not surprised, though. I've seen a lot of that happen since I've gotten here. I will read for you the Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia. Ask any military expert what a militia is. They will tell you it is not the armed forces of the United States of America. A well-regulated militia. So that's where you find your words, well-regulated. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. That would include Minnesota. We are a free state. And I'm going to tell you, this side of the aisle is trying to protect that. It goes on to say this, the right of the military. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry, that's not what it says. The right of the I almost said government. No, that's not what it says either. The right of, oh, there it is, the people. It's talking about citizens right there. It's the right of the people to keep and bear arms. And the key to the whole amendment right there is the next line. Shall not may not, shall not be infringed. This is a constitutional issue right here. And what I'm constantly seeing, you know what? Law-abiding citizens don't go out with their guns and just start shooting up the place and shooting people. That's what criminals do. I completely support the Nash Amendment. Let's bring constitutional sanity to this floor today, members. Vote green.
The member from Wright, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. So, I don't know how many of you watched the gun hearings. I happened to be in the hallway because I don't serve on the committee anymore. Chair Mueller, I'm sorry. Got moved to a different committee. But I was actually out in the hallway and I watched it and I watched people come and go and I had heard it many, many times before. And there was one testimony that really, really stood out to me. And that was a Reverend Tim Christopher from North Minneapolis. And anyone that knows Reverend Christopher, if you watch him on Twitter, if you've had the opportunity to see him face to face, he is quite a dynamic man. He's a passionate man. He's a godly man. He's a charismatic man. And he really, really, really cares a lot about his community in North Minneapolis. He also happens to be an African American man. And the thing that stood out to me the most, because I care a lot about his community, when the riots happened, my community put together an entire U-Haul load of food and brought it down to Reverend Christopher. And then I had a team of people down here that live near North Minneapolis help me unload it. We brought it into the church. And I'm not alone. There were many, many members of this body that did the same thing. But I got to spend some time with him, and he is quite an impressive person. And so when he speaks, I listen. And this is what he said. This bill, which was House File 14, now it's Article 14 in this bill. This bill will tremendously and negatively affect his community. And let me tell you why. I will just give you one thing in the bill, and if you've got the bill, like Representative Nash and I like to do, and print the whole thing out, if you go to page 232, starting in line 29, so 232.29. For those at home, that's where we're at. And it says this: a person who refuses or is unable to produce a record of transfer for a firearm transferred under this section in response to a request for production made by a peace officer pursuant to, and it goes on, is guilty of a gross misdemeanor. Now that's been highlighted by multiple members on our side. So one could interpret that as if a peace officer approached you because you had a weapon with you that did not require a permit to carry, he could ask you, theoretically, in that moment, to produce this paper. Now, I understand it can be electronic. But think about the implications of that across the state. Now, Reverend Tim Christopher is a very passionate man. And he explained that if you have to do all of what is expected, including holding on to a piece of paper, either electronically or actual paper, for 20 years, and if you lose that in a fire, your data is lost on your phone, things happen. And a peace officer is asking you for that document, and it doesn't say for what reason. It doesn't say that in the bill. You could be guilty of a gross misdemeanor. Now, you've done absolutely nothing wrong. You have broken no law. You are a law-abiding gun owner, but you lost a piece of paper. Imagine the impact on his community. Just let that sink in for a minute. Members, I implore you to please support the Nash Amendment. This Article 14 is not ready. You cannot expect a citizen to hold on to a piece of paper, electronically or not, for 20 years under penalty of a gross misdemeanor. You cannot do that. Please support the Nash Amendment.
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, members, first, I want to make sure to address this point about record keeping, et cetera, because we really hadn't addressed this before. The bill provides a mechanism for the seller and the buyer to make the transfer through a dealer, to go to a federal firearms licensee is the term. These are the background checks that we have on many gun sales, and so if we're going to expand to all sales, simple procedure to go to a dealer and just get it done there. There's no need to keep records, keep paperwork. If the seller and buyer don't want to do that, then there is an expectation that the seller is going to keep those records just like a dealer would, and that's how the bill works. But I want to make sure we understand that there is that opportunity to simply go through a dealer. This is a very serious thing, right? You have a gun. We're going to assume that you legally have that gun, right? If you illegally have that gun, that's a whole separate problem. But you have that gun, but you're going to give it to somebody else. and you don't know what their record is, you need to make sure that you do know what that is by having a background check done, by having them show a permit to show they're actually eligible to receive it. And yeah, there's going to be a record that's going to be necessary to show that that actually happened and that you did that. And I want to make sure, too, that we're very clear on what the current law is regarding this. It is true that if you give a gun to somebody else knowing that they can't have that gun, then that is a crime. The thing is that, again, there is an incentive for you not to find out at all. Background checks work. That millions of times in the last 20 years, when people have gone to dealers to try to buy a gun, there's been a background check and they've been stopped. People who are illegal to buy a gun, they go and they still try to buy the gun, and thank goodness they get stopped. But then they go to a private seller, and then the transaction can go through. And we also know that there are so many solicitations, so much that's out there where there is no background check done at all because there's no requirement to do so under our law. So in fact, if that seller hands the gun to the buyer behind the gas and sip, Representative Nash, and there's no background check done. If the buyer is a prohibited person, the buyer's a convicted felon, and the seller hands over that gun, then in fact, the seller has right now done nothing wrong. There is no crime that's been committed if it's been handed over, as long as the seller doesn't know what the buyer's background check is. That's what we're trying to fix here, is to make sure that we actually can know what that criminal record is, and we have that expectation of sellers, we have that expectation of gun owners. That is something that responsible gun owners do. That's something Minnesotans are expecting. To say that this is not ready, to my mind, it's absolutely the opposite. Minnesotans have been calling for this for years. It is time that we took this step. It is time that we keep the residents of our state safer as they are in the nearly 20 other states that have criminal background checks on all sales. The civil liberties are fine in those states. They're doing well. The thing is, those people are a lot safer, the residents of our state. Let's make it happen. Let's vote this down. Thank you.
Members, we're joined on the floor today by a former state representative Dean Simpson, who served in the Minnesota House of Representatives from 2003 to 2008, representing New York Mills. Please welcome him to the chamber. Further discussion on the Nash Amendment. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to correct some things before I sit down and we go to a vote. Representative Smith, he's gone. The Supreme Court ruled on three separate occasions, that his militia argument is incorrect, and that it is an individual right. Before you stand up and argue, you should at least know your history from the Supreme Court, because they ruled on three separate occasions that the well-regulated militia is, as was in the majority opinion in the Heller, the adjective well-regulated implies nothing more than the imposition of proper discipline and training, which, in order to get a permit to carry and a permit to purchase, you have to show some of that. So let's move on to, again, the fairly inaccurate and illogical statement, again, that Chair Pinto just made, predicating that a person who is selling guns behind the gas and sip to a person that they know is going to use them in the commission of a crime is themselves committing a crime, because they're selling to somebody that they know will go and use it to commit a felony themselves. So, members, this is a good amendment. It is, again, if we could all make the effort that we're going to prosecute criminals that use guns in the commission of a crime, that 92%, that would be great. And I wanted to refute one last point, that the suicide, and I forget which one of you said it, that the suicide folks could have been saved if they would have gone through a background check. Well, I know that many of the people who commit suicide were permitted people when they bought their weapon. So how would they undergo a background check for a gun that they already owned and obtained legally? You have no answer for that. Members, vote green.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf, I believe, did you add yourself to the list? Sorry, I went to Representative Nash. I forgot. Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise. I just wanted to address Representative Smith's comments about 100 gun deaths per day. And we can twist statistics. We can talk about numbers all day long. A quick Google search will also show you that in 2021, we had 106,000 U.S. citizens died from drug overdose. Do the simple math on that. That's almost 300 people per day are dying from a drug overdose. And so how disingenuous to say that 100 gun deaths happen a day and that is somehow reason to pass this amendment or to pass this bill. We can play this game all day long. We can play this game of drug overdoses, of other ways that people commit suicide, of people smoking causes deaths. The scare tactics, the fear-mongering. It is not very becoming.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Altendorf moves to amend Senate File Number 2909, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A10.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. Just to give us a little history, I think Minnesota deserves to know the history of where did these gun bills come from that are coming through the House chambers today. Well, at the beginning of the session, we don't need to rehash this, but of course we had the election. The Democrats have the trifecta, governor, Senate, and the House, and they are taking it upon themselves to push through gun legislation that Minnesota does not want. At the beginning of the session, we had 4 gun bills coming through the House, going through the committees. 2 of them got dropped. And the other 2 that are now that we're just voting on, HF 14, HF 15, they just kind of work their way into this big, giant public safety omnibus bill. Well, how politically convenient that we are going to put our Second Amendment rights at risk, and we're not even going to do it as a standalone bill. We're not even going to put it out there for, this is how the Minnesotans want us to address an issue, a new law that is as important as infringing on our Second Amendment rights. This absolutely should have came through as a standalone bill. Only the Democrats, Minnesota, no, they did not have the support. They did not have the support in the Senate. They knew this was putting their members at risk. They knew this. So there's reasons why we do things politically, and then there's things that we do for policy. This is bad for both. This is bad for both. Politically, this moved through the Minnesota legislature in a way that we shouldn't. So my amendment, the A10 amendment, is to delete all the extreme risk protection orders in Article 15. To delete it. Because politically, this did not move through the legislative process the way this should go through the process. And policy-wise, this is terrible policy. This violates due process. This violates civil rights. This violates our constitutional rights. And this does not address the actual problem, the person at risk, the individual. This does not address that. We already have laws. We already have laws that can be enforced for mental health care crisis. We already have laws for someone that could harm someone. Yet you're not interested in enforcing those laws. What you are doing with this red flag law is you are allowing someone to go to the court and to take someone's guns with that person not even being aware. Members, we are here to protect the citizens of Minnesota. We are here for Minnesotans. And before I get asked the question, did I talk to the sheriffs? Did I talk to the police? Absolutely, I did. And by citing one sheriff who is against this law, how disingenuous is that? There is 87 counties, 87 sheriffs. One sheriff does not talk for all of the sheriffs in Minnesota. And lastly, why this is bad policy, why this is actually terrible policy, is that you are putting our law enforcement at great risk. You are asking our law enforcement to do something that would put them at great risk. Members, this is very serious. You are working to pass a law just because you are in the majority. This is not right for Minnesota. I have done 3 town halls in my district and 1 in Winona outside of my district. Every one of them pulling 150 to 200 people. Minnesotans overwhelmingly do not want this law. Please, members, vote for my amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Altendorf. I can tell you that one of the things about legislators and governing, typically when you have a majority, you do pass laws, you govern. That's what we do. And I can tell you that I had a chance to travel around the state this past cycle, and what I heard was people do want common sense gun safety laws. People do want safety in their communities. People don't want to have to be concerned about whether or not their child is going to come home at the end of the day. We just had a bunch of young people up in the rafters that are gone now. And I believe they may have been here to hear this debate and this discussion. But because the last discussion droned on, they had to leave. So it's unfortunate that they're not going to get to hear this. They may have to go back and maybe review it in class with their teachers. But I can tell you, and I didn't rise for a point of order to talk about motives when you raised why we're doing this, because I wanted to address it directly. I can tell you, I'm carrying this bill, not because of some political thing, not because of some ego trip or power trip. I'm carrying this bill because I have a 9-year-old daughter. And just recently, In Tennessee, 3 9-year-olds were murdered, slaughtered by someone that a bill like this could have prevented from happening. That's why I'm carrying this bill. I'm carrying this bill because moms that I talked to on the doors that I knocked around this state asked for something to protect their kids, asked for something to protect them while they may go to the bank, while they may go to their church, or they may go to the grocery store. That's why I'm carrying this bill. That's what Minnesotans want. They want to be safe. Not one person said, you know what, Cedric, Representative Frazier, we need more guns. That's going to keep us safe. Just give us more guns. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear it one time, not once. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this. And let me clear up. There is absolutely due process in this bill. When someone petitions, there has to be notice given to the individual that the petition is out there. There has to be information given to allow them to respond or request a hearing. And then, only then after that hearing, when the judge has to consider certain criteria, which they can take information from law enforcement, they can take information from mental health providers, they can take information from community members, and also information from the individual that actually has the firearms to make a decision about whether or not they need to take that weapon away. There is absolutely due process. In fact, there's more due process in this for this right than there is for some of our other constitutional protections. So we absolutely provide due process. So I wish we would stop using that narrative that there's no due process, that we're just snatching guns away, that we're just infringing on Second Amendment rights. And in fact, the reality of this is we're trying to save lives here. We're trying to prevent more mass shootings in our communities. We're trying to prevent tragedies. We're trying to prevent families from getting that call that there's an active shooter at their children's school. That's what we're trying to prevent here. I urge a no vote on this. Oh, sorry, Madam Chair, and I would like a roll call on this.
Representative Frazier requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the Altendorf amendment. The member from Beltrami, Representative Bliss.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Altendorf, for bringing this forward. You know, you look at this bill, and this bill says that if a person poses significant danger of bodily harm to other persons or is at significant risk of suicide by possessing a firearm, they're going to have this order put against them. And Representative Frazier, this is news to me that they're notified before the sheriff shows up at their door. So I'm going to have to look into that a little bit more. But the bill says that they're going to remove the firearms from the place, okay? And then they're going to say, have a nice day, and walk out the door. Now, think about it. Who's going to be the majority of the people that file this order? It's going to be the domestic partner, children, somebody that's very close to that person. They're going to leave that person in the house with this person that they're saying is a danger to themselves or others, with hammers, knives, fists, boots. Why would we do this? We have a bill, we have a current law that allows law enforcement to take people into custody for 72 hours. Now, I know there's issues with that, and I'll get to that in a second. But when Representative O'Neill presented an amendment that required the law enforcement officer, they've already been to the court and said, yes, this person is dangerous, required them to be removed from the situation. We were offered an amendment to say, here is a brochure. Are you kidding me? This bill is obviously just an anti-gun bill. If you are truly concerned about the person or the people that this person interacts with, you'd be taking that person out and getting him help. Now, what did we do? You know what we did? We talked to sheriffs. And I, like I said before, I represent 7 counties. I talked to every one of them. I have talked to multiple sheriffs outside of my district. Too many to count. And when I said before, Chair Pinto, that some of them didn't, they were kind of squishy on the background checks, not one supported this bill. And Representative Altendorf, I have to correct you a little bit. That outlier sheriff was neutral on this bill. He supported the background check bill, not this one. I have not spoken to a sheriff or law enforcement officer that supports this bill. And why? Because they know the dangers. They know that showing up to an unstable person's house and removing their guns and leaving them there, leaving that person in that situation with the other people that are at risk, they know the dangers of that. So you know what we did? We reached out to the sheriffs and law enforcement officers, and we said, what can we do? What can we do to provide a solution to these issues? And they responded. And it was probably, I'm going to guess, 78 sheriffs responded back that they want increased mental health treatment centers, particularly in the rural areas. Now, members, back in 2018, we funded an emergency mental health crisis center. We funded about 6 of them across the state as a pilot project. These crisis centers actually provide a place to bring, and this is where I said I'd get back to the 72-hour hold. The reason the sheriffs don't like to use, or law enforcement don't like to use the 72-hour hold, is they bring them to an emergency room. There's no place outside. I think there's 2 places in Minnesota that have facilities for this. They'll bring them to an emergency room, lighted, noisy, sterile, bustling area, not really good for somebody in crisis. So we presented a bill to increase the amount of these mental health crisis centers throughout the state. We have one that opened up in Beltrami County where our local sheriff worked with the local medical providers to come up with an operating plan to address this particular situation, where they will have law enforcement officers and a mental health professional go to these situations, bring them into these facilities, and they're separated into long-term emergency mental health crisis portions where they're kind of like a jail, but not really, but more of a calming. And then there's an inpatient section, and then there's an outpatient where they work with them throughout the cycle of this. They also asked for increased penalties for violent crimes and enforcement. And members, the Public Safety Department for both the House and the Senate came up with a Safe and Sound Minnesota Act, and I'd recommend you go look at those. There were several laws proposed this year, some by Democrats, that would actually enforce the laws that we have on the books. And then finally, they said, as an effort to reduce gun crimes, they want to encourage school programs and a gun safety curriculum. Now, when I was a kid, we had hunter safety. That was great. I learned how to hunt. I learned the safe operation of firearms. I think we need to add something to that. So what they had recommended was that we do a basic firearm safety, responsible use of firearms, and here's the kicker, folks. They want a respect for life curriculum in there. And they want the DNR to go out and provide these classes free of charge to the schools. That, members, is a solution. This is a problem. This will get people injured. So thank you, Representative Altendorf, for this amendment.
The member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Bliss, the reason why you might be a bit confused as to why it is that Representative Frazier is claiming that there is due process in this bill is because he may have overlooked subsection 5 of Article 15, page 244, which details the emergency issuance of an extreme risk protection order. This is the higher level, more urgent version of the red flag provision. And that, in fact, looking at lines 244, 28, and 29, does give the ability of the court to issue what is called an ex parte emergency order, meaning that the person who's the subject of it doesn't know about it until you come knocking on their door. And that person has not been provided with due process very explicitly and intentionally. And what this provision imagines is a scenario that is so emergent, so urgent, requiring such drastic action, the literal cancellation of due process and constitutional rights. Those are the circumstances that are present, and the solution to the problem is to come take their gun, and that's it, nothing else. And I sympathize with Representative Frazier's wishing that those students were still here, because they need to hear the other side of the story. We're doing them a disservice to raise them up believing the false narrative that an object is the source of the violence. And that's what this provision does. This provision scapegoats an inanimate object and ignores the people involved. And again, expounding upon Representative Bliss's point, that is the consistent feedback that I hear, and we'll talk about this later when we get into the third reading on this bill. The consistent feedback I hear from everyone I talk to, any way tangentially related to public safety, is we need to take mental health seriously, and in particular, folks who are so far gone in that regard that they need to be segregated from society because they're a danger to society. And instead, we're trying to say, no, it's just their guns. I got to tell you, if somebody is in such a state that we're going to cancel their due process and take their guns, if they're really that dangerous, why am I leaving them with an automobile and access to knives and playgrounds, pills, etc.? I mean, this is not a serious solution to the problem. A serious solution to the problem looks at the person who's in crisis and deals with them in their totality, rather than pretending that taking the evil talisman away is going to solve the problem. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a couple points here to make. There is a letter in your packets, members, from the Chiefs of Police Association that does support this bill. It's on behalf of more than 300 active police chiefs and another 150 command staff at agencies across the state. They support the criminal background checks bill and the extreme risk protection order bill. I'll also note that in both red and blue states that have enacted these extreme risk protection order, there has been a decrease in the number of suicides by firearms. We also have had the opportunity, some of us, to talk to sheriffs in other states that have had this, law enforcement in other states that have had this. Florida, being one of those states, has been able to use these extreme risk protection orders to their success and prevent especially some of those suicides by gun violence. We've heard about mental health and what are we doing about mental health? Well, good news, in our bill, we have mental health funding for co-responder models so that mental health professionals can go with law enforcement when those situations require it. We have that in this bill. And then throughout the many bills that we're hearing and passing off the floor, from education to our health bill to our commerce bill, we are doing a lot around mental health because we care about people and making sure that they get their mental health needs treated. So this isn't an either or scenario. This is a both and I recommend a no vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion. The member from Wright, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. So, like I had said, I am not on the Public Safety Committee this time, but I did watch some of these hearings in the hallway and talk to people coming and going. But I was on public safety for 10 years before that. And we talked about this bill many, many, many times. And I remember when an author was up, and we actually had two authors up one year, that I was asking a lot of questions about this bill, and there were a lot of unresolved things. Now, I want to give a shout out to Representative Pinto, because I know he took a lot of notes and he made some changes, but there are some underlying changes that I just want to make sure that we point out. And so I'm wondering if, I believe Representative Frazier now is the author of the underlying bill of this bill, and I'm wondering if he will yield to a question, Madam Speaker.
He will yield to a question. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Frazier, so there was one outstanding question that was really a conundrum in our committee last biennium, and that was the issue of what if you have roommates? So if you have one individual in that home that this order has been issued for, and you have 2, 3 other roommates who also have firearms, there was a really big outstanding question of, so then what do you do? Do you come in and only take the firearms of the person that is under the ex parte or emergency order or the underlying red flag order? In the emergency order, of course, the It's an ex parte hearing, and so no one in that home may even know that that is actually happening, because that's what ex parte means, is that the person whose guns are going to be taken away, he may not know because it could be that emergent. But what if there are roommates, Representative Frazier, in that dwelling, and what if they have guns as well? What are they supposed to do according to this bill?
Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative O'Neill, actually, I didn't get a chance, and I meant to do this when I got up the first time, because you shared some stories yesterday that I thought were very, they touched me when you shared the stories about your neighbors that had committed suicide. And I always think those stories are important because we need to humanize what we're talking about here. Representative Hudson talked about an inanimate object, but what we need to humanize is what that object takes away from us. And when those lives are lost, we should make sure that we understand that this is what we're talking about here, is we're talking about saving those lives. So thank you for sharing those stories yesterday. I didn't get a chance to say that, and I meant to. So I'm glad you got up to ask a question so I could do that. In this situation, there has to be specificity within the petition as to who has the guns and where the gun is. And then there will be due diligence done by the courts and by law enforcement to identify who the firearm actually belongs to before those firearms are taken away, if the order is given that the firearm should actually be removed. Now, there is also the ability with the transfer of the firearms in the bill, that the individual can bring the firearm in themselves. And you know what we found when we looked at the other 19 jurisdictions that have this in place, in most cases, individuals turn those firearms over themselves, either to law enforcement, or in our case, you can turn it over to an arms dealer, or you can turn it over to a family member if you do the check on that and show that they can actually have firearm in their possession. But I don't see that as being the issue based on the due diligence that we provide for in the bill. The individual that has the firearm that the petition is for, if the court actually deems that they need to actually remove the firearms or have the firearms transferred, it would be for that individual. And I will say this, we don't have the storage bill here, because I would say those individuals should have those weapons stored so they wouldn't be an issue for the other roommate, if that was the case. Thank you.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, thank you, Representative Frazier, and thank you for acknowledging those 2 lives lost. And yes, that was an incredibly difficult time for their families, for us as neighbors, that, sometimes people keep that so hidden you don't even know that it's about to happen. And had I known, I certainly would have intervened. Back to this, though. So this is the conundrum that remains. And so, as Representative Frazier clearly spelled out, members, he said that the order is specific to the person that is under this order and the weapons that that person has. And so legally, you can't take weapons, you can't take any of these guns from any of the roommates. You can't legally do that. And yet they are still in the residence. And so that person is still at risk, which goes to the amendment that I had yesterday of the 72-hour hold. That is a much better solution when someone is suicidal, to take them away from all of the opportunities to commit suicide, all of them, and put them somewhere safe. Now, do we have a deficit in our mental health facilities? We absolutely do. But leaving that person in a dire strait with the roommate's weapons is not a good idea. And yet that is exactly what this bill does. Not to mention the part about the ex parte. So ex parte means that the person that is being accused, that they aren't capable, that they're dangerous of having weapons, doesn't have to be at the hearing because it's so emergent and it's such a crisis, so on, so on, so on. But that also means that all of the roommates that live in that home also do not know that the law enforcement are going to be knocking on their door. Now, I don't have to go down very long in the media and news reports. And when I did serve on the Public Safety Committee, we talked a lot about no-knock warrants. Now, you know very well what happens in some situations when law enforcement comes in abruptly like that. Now, I'm not saying they're going to do a no-knock warrant, but I'm saying they are unexpected. They're at the door, and all they can take is just the person that's under the order and none of the roommates. So that person is still in danger, They are not being taken away to do a 72-hour hold so that they can get some evaluation, some treatment, and some time away from that deep, dark depression and reconnect with people. Because you remember during the pandemic, there was a lot of problems that happened. And it really exacerbated a lot of things, and mental health really was suffering. So, members, I ask you to please support this. There are better ways to approach this, specifically with those that are suicidal. Now, if you have someone that is absolutely certain and has a plan, and they're going to execute a plan, they're going to go into a school, they're going to go into whatever, their workplace, and they're going to commit atrocities. Nobody wants that to happen. There's not a single person in this state, in this nation, in this world that wants to see that happen. Nobody wants that to happen. But what I'm going to tell you is people that are absolutely certain that that is what they're going to do, even if you had this order and the law enforcement came to take all the guns that they knew of, more than likely that person has it hidden away somewhere else. They have a cache somewhere, they have a hidden place. They will use a car, they will use, like Timothy McVeigh, fertilizer. There are a lot of ways to hurt people. There are a lot of ways, and if someone is absolutely certain that that is what they're going to do, this bill is not going to fix that. I'm sorry, but it just isn't. You're going to leave a person that's in dire mental health state in a home with all kinds of things that they could hurt themselves and kill themselves with. You're going to ask law enforcement to go in and take weapons. Oh, I don't know, are they going to have to tear the whole place apart and try to find every last one? No, because the order says they can only take the ones that are specifically labeled out or listed out. And you know what? Let me just tell you one other quick thing. So I had a neighbor. I wasn't going to tell this story, but Representative Nash reminded me of it yesterday. I had a neighbor that was not so nice. And I lived in fear of my life for a year and a half. Oh, 2 years. It was 2 years. And I lived with a loaded gun beside my bed for 2 years. With a safety plan, I had multiple locked and closed doors between his house and my house. I never knew when he was going to make good on his promises. Now, his significant other finally took out an order for protection. And he was not supposed to be in possession of weapons. And guess what she found? He had stuff hidden away. That is what they do. I'm sorry, but this will not fix that. Madam Speaker, thank you. Thank you, Representative Fraser, for yielding to questions. I appreciate that we're having that conversation today. Thank you.
The member from Dakota, Representative Whitty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Moeller, in committee, we talked about, I brought an amendment about in the 19 states that have enacted this law, the suicide rates actually went up. And unfortunately, if someone wants to commit suicide and a gun's not available, they will find the means to do it other ways. And unfortunately, I saw that firsthand. A gun is just one way. There's a lot of different other ways that if someone is convinced that they don't want to live, they will find a way. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. This is political. This is political, and there's no way around this. It is very disappointing to see how we use stories of tragedy to drive emotion and fear into people. We are all on the same page. None of us want violence. None of us want people hurt. None of us want to see school shootings. And unfortunately, these tragedies continue to happen. But here's some hard facts. And that is that criminals do not follow the laws. That's a fact. On this specific bill that we're trying to pass the red flag law, we have heard over and over stories of Representative O'Neill, 2 people that committed suicide with no warning. And that often is the case that you hear over and over. There's no warning. That's a fact. Madam Speaker, would Representative Fraser yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Altendorf.
Representative Fraser, my question is, does California have this law on their, in their state?
Representative Fraser.
Representative Altendorf, this is about what we're doing in our state. This is about how we're protecting our kids, how we're protecting folks that want to go to their place of worship, how we're protecting people that just want to go out in the evening and go to the grocery store, how we're protecting folks that may want to go to the state fair, want to go to a museum. That's what this is about. I'm not sure where you're going with comparisons to other states. There are 19 jurisdictions that have this law. But what I know today, what I stand for today, and what we on this side stand for today is what can we do best to make sure our communities are safe and we're protecting people in our state.
Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Fraser. What I heard is we went right back to the emotion of it. We went right back to the emotion to drive the fear into the public. Right back to the emotion. The facts are that California does have this law instated. They do have this law. And yet, California, oops, sorry, I lost it. ABC News, anyone can Google this, January 2023. Experts explain why California is still rife with gun violence despite some of the most stringent gun laws in the country. Experts explain why California is still rife with gun violence despite some of the most stringent gun laws in the country. Members, with the trifecta, it seems that the Democrats are working really, really hard to move us towards California and their policies. Minnesota objects to this. Minnesota objects to this. It does matter, Representative Fraser. You said it doesn't matter the question that I asked. It does matter because we are voting right now in the state of Minnesota to pass a law that doesn't work, that doesn't stop the crime. It does matter. Facts do matter. We cannot continue to manipulate people on emotion and fear to drive a political agenda. Members, when you vote for this today, please vote yes. And if you vote no, you are voting to violate Minnesotans' due process. You are voting to violate Minnesotans' civil rights. You are voting to violate our constitutional rights. So if you vote no right now, today, on this amendment, you are voting against the majority of Minnesotans that do not want this. We want safety. We want reduced gun crimes. We want reduced crimes, but not this way. Please vote yes.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Damath moves to amend Senate File Number 2909, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A13.
The member from Stearns, Representative Damath.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, the A13 amendment, also known as Defense of Dwelling and Person Act, or Stand Your Ground, this amendment adds the ability for people to defend themselves in their dwelling from an attack by an intruder. Stand Your Ground is a common sense measure that removes the requirement that a person would first have the duty to retreat before stopping an attack from an intruder. At least 28 states, including Iowa, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Puerto Rico, allow that there is no duty to retreat an attacker in any place in which a person is lawfully present. 8 of our additional states permit the use of deadly force in self-defense through judicial decisions or jury instructions. Self-defense laws in at least 23 states, including Wisconsin, provide civil immunity under certain self-defense circumstances. The language in this amendment does not, and I want to repeat, does not allow someone to just wildly start shooting when someone is at their door. The language explicitly requires deadly force can only be used to resist what a person reasonably believes is an attempted crime that exposes someone to a potential great or substantial bodily harm or death. The language also specifies that specifically states that deadly force is not authorized against a licensed peace officer. There has been a dramatic increase in violent crimes the past 3 years, including documented home invasions where people were brutally attacked in their home and forever have their sense of security in their home taken from them. We also heard stories of people who have an intruder in their home, but when they call the police, there's a lag of them being able to respond, either due to the shortage of peace officers or the distance that they must travel. No person should be required to sit and wait and hope an attacker doesn't brutally assault them before stopping that attack. So members, I ask for your support on this common sense proposal, and I, Madam Speaker, would request a roll call.
Representative Damath requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. The member from Ramsey, Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This Stand Your Ground amendment is also known as the Shoot First Amendment. People in Minnesota already have the right to self-defense, but this amendment allows for an encouraging of escalation of violence when that violence is avoidable. The way I looked at this amendment, it really, to me, stands for somebody being able to kill somebody with a gun when there's a shoving match. It is a very extreme amendment. The states that have laws like this have seen increase in homicides, also in racial disparities. And I cannot believe that we're offering this amendment within a week of hearing about situations in other states where someone drives up the wrong driveway and gets shot, where someone accidentally tries to enter a car by mistake and they get shot, where someone rings the doorbell of a house by mistake and they get shot, where a child loses a ball in another yard and they get shot. This is a very extreme amendment, and I'm going to recommend a no vote.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, what I just heard, this description of the Stand Your Ground amendment, I thought that was extremely extreme, actually. It was like that description of the amendment was, as Representative Agnew would say, bonkers. That was crazy talk, and I would suggest voting for the A13 amendment. Thank you.
The member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Moeller, just last night we had a conversation where you, I think correctly, delineated the differences between different levels of harm, great bodily harm, and such. The idea under this bill as presented by Lady Demuth that a shoving match would qualify as a situation where somebody could use lethal force, Stand Your Ground, is categorically absurd, obviously absurd, based upon the plain language of the bill. The idea that you could get away with shooting somebody because they came down your driveway or because they lost a ball in your backyard, none of those things would be covered by this bill. Maybe there's some crazy legislation in some other state where you can just shoot somebody on site for no reason, but that's not what this bill does. This bill merely states that if you have a reasonable, and we've also heard from the majority in quite a few of our debates, both in committee and on this floor, defense of the concept of reasonability in the law as a well-established and well-precedented concept. So what this says is that if you have the reasonable belief that you are under imminent threat of great danger to your body as the result of an assault that is ongoing, where there's little ambiguity, that's what makes it reasonable, do you have the right to protect yourself? And that should be a no-brainer. This is a no-brainer green vote.
Further discussion to the amendment. Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to correct a couple of things that Chair Moeller alluded to. Members, this is not a shoot first amendment. This is definitely, if a person is being attacked, they do not have the duty to retreat. And I want to take a moment, if you could pull up the amendment, just so we are have clarity here. In my amendment, on line 3.3, subdivision 3, it says the degree of force, retreat. And I'm going to read this just to make sure we are very clear in this chamber as you take the vote on this. An individual taking defensive action pursuant to subdivision 2 may use all force and means, including deadly force, that the individual in good faith believes is required to succeed in defense. The individual may meet force with superior force when the individual's objective is defensive. The individual is not required to retreat. And the individual, want to remind you, that is the person being attacked. The individual may continue defensive actions against the assailant, that is the criminal, until the danger has ended. Nowhere in this amendment does it talk about using a gun. This is meeting force with superior force. Nowhere will you find a gun. This is not a shoot first amendment, members. This is reasonable. This is taking responsibility for our own personal safety if a crime is being committed against us. And with that, members, I would expect that a reasonable vote on this amendment to provide our own protection when needed, only when needed. A green vote on my amendment, the A13. Thank you, members.
Member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker and members, very briefly, Chair Moeller is absolutely correct, and the words that, that Leader Damath just read out illustrate that. If you look at that line 3.4, as the leader read out, that the person can use, quote, all force and means, including deadly force, that they can meet force with superior force. We know in our society that superior force, what is more superior than a gun that can kill somebody? And what are the circumstances under which that can be used? Well, that is going to be a circumstance where if you reasonably believe that you might be exposed, imminently exposed to substantial bodily harm, there's a bar fight and you think that you're going to get a broken nose, that is substantial bodily harm. I've charged that case in my work as a prosecutor. That qualifies as substantial bodily harm. You think that that's what's going on? Subdivision 3 makes very clear that you may take defensive action, right? But you don't have to have any limitations on that. Any limitations, you may use all force and means, including deadly force, and you may continue those actions against an assailant until, quote, the danger has ended. Members, this is quite dangerous. We should vote against it. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Damath.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before we go to that vote, I want to point out a couple of things. It has to be a defensive action. This is actual defensive action. As we heard, if you're in a bar, let me just point out in this amendment, if I can direct you to dwelling. This is what we're talking about in this amendment. Dwelling starts on line 1.23. And that means a building defined, and it gives a section, as an overnight stopping accommodation of any kind or a place of abode that an individual temporarily or permanently is occupying or intending to occupy as a habitation or home. A dwelling includes but not limited to a building or conveyance, and that building or conveyance, an adjacent deck, a porch, some type of a structure, also is mobile or immobile to include a motor vehicle, watercraft, motorhome, tent, or the equivalent. Members, we are talking about when someone is attacking us. I'm not talking about a bar fight. I am talking when someone is attacking us in our dwelling. And with the rise in carjackings alone in Minnesota, that you have seen where there is a weapon and there is definite need for defensive action. Members, this is a common sense amendment. This is not a shoot first. This is a defend yourself when you are facing imminent threat. Thank you, and I look forward to a green vote.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Engen moves to amend Senate File Number 2909, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A27.
The member from Anoka, Representative Engen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, the A27 amendment is not meant to be a political amendment. Instead, I think it helps address the growing concerns regarding safety for students, teachers, and staff in schools, while assuring parents that their child has a strong well-being at school if it's in an emergency situation, whatever that might be. Whether it's a stabbing, like we saw at the tragic stabbing that we saw at Harding High School not that long ago, or a bomb threat, which occurred in Blaine yesterday, or a school shooting, which are far too frequent. The 827 allows the School Safety Center to work alongside the Office of Justice Programs to administer grants for school districts to use for comprehensive security systems that include bullet-resistant interior doors and windows, ballistic wall panels, magnetic door locking systems, remote lockdown activation systems, a mass notification system used with an emergency communication system, and a whole host of other improvements that I feel are a very proactive way to ensure that we are prepared for the worst while we engage in debates like we just had. I think we can do that. And every single one of these things that I just listed is completely naked to the eye. It does not impact the learning environment. It isn't something that jumps out at you. I think that these are very, very basic and very common sense ways in which we can protect our most vulnerable while we continue to engage in those debates. So with that, I would ask for a yes vote and a roll call.
Representative Engen requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. The member from Ramsey, Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Engen. We've had a chance to talk about this bill, and it did come in very late in session. It actually wasn't even the first referral, I believe, was one of the education committees. But one of the things we don't have here is expert advice on if this truly works or not. We do have a school safety center here in Minnesota. We actually fund some of the governor's, we do fund the governor's request for more staff at the school safety center. That school safety center looks at best practices for school safety, emerging technologies, schools' active shooter response, and I'd really like to get their expertise and input on something like this. The other thing I'll say is that in order to pay for this, you take money out of violence prevention funding that we have in our bill that's so important that I talked about last night, that funds victim services, that our local governments can apply for that funding, that community groups can apply for with local government support. And we're just not willing to eliminate that funding in this bill. So for those reasons, I'll recommend a no vote.
Discussion. The member from Sherburne, Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually support this bill, this amendment to this bill. As far as experts go, I have actually met with the gentleman that Elliot was referring to. In fact, we had a meeting together with an additional security specialist who's on the national level. It was very, very educational. And I think you will find that, I believe this is already installed in one school here, which is the Lakeville schools, as well as multiple private businesses. Immediately after the Tennessee shooting, this individual was flown down there by 2 private schools. My understanding from that meeting is both schools said absolutely. How fast can you do it? As Representative Engen mentioned, the kids cannot see it. It is a very, very sound, and once you go through it all and you see how all the layers affect one another, and then you start to understand it. I actually believe right now Becker Schools is implementing some of this. They weren't aware of all of it. They have a meeting set up with their school board as well to meet this company. So I strongly would suggest this is a way we can absolutely save young kids' lives and protect them. Per the gentleman that we met with after the Tennessee shooting, very adamantly said none of those 6 people would have died. Not a one. Vote green.
Further discussion on the Engen amendment. Representative
Madam Speaker.
Smith.
Thank you. Just going over the G7 countries, the largest economies in the world. School shootings since 2009. The United Kingdom, 0. Italy, 0. Japan, 0. Germany, 1. France, 2. Canada, 2. The United States, 288. Those other countries didn't do it by turning their schools into fortresses. They did it through common sense gun laws. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Engen.
So I'll remind Representative Smith that I said it's completely invisible to the naked eye and it doesn't impact the welcoming school learning environment that we want to have out of every single school in Minnesota. And I'll talk about the fact that you might list those stats. Nothing that you once said addresses it. You recognize that it's not happening elsewhere. I would agree with you. But what are we doing to address it here? This gets to that. We talked with experts. We spoke about this at length 4 days prior to session starting. I went and I toured Lakeville schools. I didn't know if there was even a solution to this. 450 million guns in the United States of America, and we're talking about how we're going to be predicting the future. I can list off some of the instances of shootings that have occurred with the exact same gun legislation provisions that we're going to be, or that we have debated and might get passed after this bill. Buffalo, New York, May 14th, 10 dead. It was purchased legally and they had red flag laws and universal background checks in statute. San Jose, California, May 26, 2021, 4 dead, red flag laws are in statute. Following the shooting, authorities said we would have sought red flag intervention after the fact. Boulder, Colorado, 10 dead in a grocery store, has universal background check in statutes, as well as the shooter had previous crimes, but they still obtained the firearms legally. These are all tragic situations. I don't want them to happen. Nobody on this side wants them to happen. And I know nobody on your side wants them to happen either. But in the worst case situation, that nightmare that we see grace the headlines from Columbine to Covenant, we can do something to say we don't have to wonder what else we could have done. That's why I'm doing this. And to Representative Moeller, I understand that those violence prevention grants, I'm not trying to disparage them. I know that work needs to be done with that as well, and I don't want that to come off as disrespectful. But I would say that it is completely, it's on the face of it, it's not a good faith argument to say that this is defunding public safety. In fact, I would assert that this amendment actually creates some transparency about how we're going to be funding some public safety provisions. And to quote the governor, public safety or freedom means the ability to go to school without being shot dead. We heard that 2 weeks ago, right up there. We have something right now that can be bipartisan to get this done. I don't see why we can't light up that board green. And we can say that this was the most comprehensive and largest school safety package in the nation. We can be a national leader on school safety with this vote. Please vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend Senate File number 2909, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A29.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley, if you wouldn't mind pausing for a minute, I think if we're going to applaud visiting former state representatives, we should note a very special visitor on the Republican side of the floor today, along with Representative Davis. Maybe Representative Davis, you would like to tell us who your special guest is.
Representative Doubt kidnapped him. There. This is my youngest son, Seth Allen Davis. So. Thank you, members. He's 2.5 months old. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, no offense to former State Representative Dean Simpson, but I think yours is cuter. So, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that was a worthy interruption for sure. That actually brings tears to my eyes a little bit. Okay, gather myself. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A29 amendment, I've got to bring it back. This is much more serious. We have a situation in our state where we know we've got an accountability issue. We have a serious accountability issue in our state, which has been exacerbated recently. We are all familiar with this tragic case of Ms. McKeever, who was killed, shot to death in her apartment last November, allegedly by a 15-year-old, along with his 17-year-old brother. All of this was orchestrated by this ex-boyfriend who allegedly gave them the gun, drove them to the location for a premeditated, pre-planned, intentional murder. And formerly, under Mike Freeman, he's the former Hennepin County attorney, and the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, under Mike Freeman, moved to certify this 15-year-old and this 17-year-old as adults to be tried for murder alongside this ex-boyfriend. But after Mary Moriarty became the Hennepin County Attorney, the Hennepin County Attorney's Office made a different
Point of order, Madam
decision.
Speaker.
Representative Long, for what purpose do you rise?
Madam Speaker, we've had this conversation before, and so the member who's speaking knows the line well, but under Mason's Manual, Section 14, Paragraph 5, speaking to a current elected official and their character or conduct is not permitted under Mason's.
I actually looked at this earlier when Representative Scott raised the point, and under Mason's 114, a question should not be permitted that reflects upon the character or conduct of any member or upon the executive or other official. And so that relates to elected officials, which is why Mike Freeman was okay, but other elected officials are not. So Representative New Brindley, if you could continue without stating a name, that would be permitted under Mason's. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as I was saying, the Hennepin County Attorney's Office has now changed course. And this 15-year-old and this 17-year-old have now been offered a plea bargain just to serve 2 years in a juvenile facility in Red Wing. And this isn't unique to this case now. This is now the policy of the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. This is the policy put forward in a memo publicly. Everyone knows that this is now the policy. Now, fortunately, in this case, our Attorney General requested that that case be turned over to him, and the governor went through with that and assigned this case to the Attorney General for prosecution rather than keeping this in Hennepin County. I certainly think that that was the right thing to do. However, we now have a policy in the biggest county in the state of Minnesota that we are not going to hold juveniles accountable for the most heinous crimes. Crimes with intent, crimes with planning, crimes with purpose, taking someone's life. Now, I have restricted my amendment to those very most heinous crimes of taking life. Perhaps this should be expanded and be more broad because there are other pretty horrific crimes, adult actions taken by these juveniles that should be treated as adults. And frankly, we can have a conversation about why we have young people committing murder in this state. That's a worthy conversation because we have systems that are failing these, frankly, primarily young men, primarily. But that doesn't change where we are now, and it doesn't change the fact that when you have a 15-year-old and a 17-year-old young man who have made very adult decisions to take the life of someone else, that we should hold them accountable. And frankly, 2 years in a juvenile facility doesn't cut it. Doesn't cut it. When people have lost their lives, it is reasonable to say that in these most extreme circumstances, that these juveniles should at least be tried as adults. Obviously, this is not determinant. This doesn't determine the outcomes of those trials. It doesn't determine sentencing in those trials. Those things are still managed through the courts. But it says that they should at least have to face that trial, have to face that jury, and accept the punishment that comes with that. For their very adult actions, they should be tried as adults. And I would ask for a yes vote on the amendment.
Madam Speaker, point of order. Representative Agbaje, for what purpose do you rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise to a point of order under House Rules 3.21.
State your point of order.
Under House Rules 3.21, motions and propositions must be germane. A motion or proposition on a subject different from that under consideration must not be admitted under guise of it being an amendment. Motion, amendment, or other proposition offered to the House is out of order if it is not germane to the matter under consideration. The amendment proposes adding a new definition to section 260B.007, which is not referenced in the bill. And Speaker, I find that you take this point of order well taken.
Advice, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've just checked with our staff to make sure because I don't have the full bill in front of me. But chapter 260B is indeed in the bill. It is in the underlying language. And which line can I direct folks to? On line 1.24, you can see that chapter 260B is indeed in the underlying language of the bill. And as we know, we just determined last night that since that chapter is in the bill, this does not make a substantial change. And so this amendment certainly is in order under the rules of germaneness.
I find the point of order well taken. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would move to overturn the ruling of the Speaker and would request a roll call vote.
Representative New Brindley moves to overturn the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion on the appeal. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My advice to the body, we just made this decision last night, so let's be consistent. This body literally voted unanimously last night. It was a unanimous decision that when we include the chapter of law, if the amendment, the chapter of law that the amendment applies to is in the underlying bill, then we decided unanimously that that is germane. And so I sure hope that my Democrat colleagues are going to be consistent today, and that this is not a situation of rules for thee, but not for me. Let's be consistent. We have rules for a reason, and we've got lots of them. In this body, we have Mason's Manual, we have rules of the House, we have custom and usage. We rely on rules to maintain order and to maintain fairness, to ensure that the voice of the people, not my voice, the voice of my constituents and the voice of Minnesotans, gets to be heard in this chamber. That's why we have rules. And so I know I can count on my colleagues to be consistent and to treat everyone in this chamber fairly and to overturn the ruling of the Speaker in this case, to vote no, and to find that her motion was incorrect.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Agbaje.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the body, my advice is, under germaneness, we can only amend the bill as it relates to the subjects that are in the bill. And right now in this bill, we have subjects that relate to restorative justice for juvenile justice. If we were to overrule the ruling of the Speaker, this would have significant ramifications throughout the rest of the bill. And so this particular amendment is not relevant to the subject matter encompassed in the bill. The juvenile policy is solely focused on restorative justice, and when we are looking at germaneness, we have to look at what is exactly in the bill and not continue to add pieces that are not there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Well, here's a question for you baseball fans. Who enjoys a game when Angel Hernandez is the umpire? Anybody? Anybody? Raise your hand. Anybody? So Angel Hernandez is universally regarded as the worst umpire in baseball. So it can be a ball that's like 2 feet outside and low, and he will ring you up on a third strike because he just will. I would hate for our chamber to become umpired by an Angel Hernandez, because last night, we had an appeal that the body decided, and Representative New Brindley just referenced this, that allowed for the amendment to be offered, even though it was initially challenged to be not germane, and there were some chapters of law challenges. And I would direct you, Madam Speaker and members, to line 1.24, 260B.176 is in this bill. Now, it was last night, so I already forget who I think it was Representative New Brindley's amendment, if I'm correct, last night. Thank you, it's coming back. Coffee's helping. That was ruled as germane, and the umpire got it right according to the body. But now we are going to stand up and we're going to Angel Hernandez this situation. And I think that this creates a very difficult situation for us. And for those of you that have played baseball, and Representative Ingen is on the floor, I'm going to ask him to yield to a question, Madam Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Engen, you played for the Saints. I don't know that everybody knows this. So he actually had several games in a season of the Saints. I would ask Representative Engen what the most difficult thing when you are unable to predict the strike zone with an umpire is as a hitter. So as a pitch is coming in and you don't know the way the umpire is going to rule, what does that mean to a hitter?
Representative Engen.
In my brief stint with the Saints, with more strikeouts than hits to show for it, it means that you really don't have much certainty.
Representative Nash.
Uncertainty is not a good thing.
Madam Speaker, the freshman got it spot on. He hit that one out of the park. They grooved him. He hit it right on the screws. So here's the thing. For those watching at home, I have always been a proud member of this chamber because we call balls and strikes, I think, pretty well. Last night, I think it was Representative Dowd that mentioned it last night, that the strike zone has now expanded, but now it's being contracted on an amendment by the same member as it was expanded for last night. I think one of the things that we should effectively hold our head on as we walk about our district is that irrespective of the ideological issues that we are discussing here, that we should always be proud of the fact that if a ruling happened one way, that one of the very next rulings will consider what happened the time before and rule in a similar manner. And what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, to you is that the strike zone should be consistent. And over the last number of years with you as Speaker, I have felt that, for the most part, the strike zone has been consistent. And I, as also a baseball player, if it was me chasing a ball that was down and away and I swung on it, that was on me. But this feels like an Angel Hernandez moment. And that, I think, should be distressing for our body. That should be distressing for the people who are watching at home. That should be distressing for the future legislators, the next Representative Davis will come. That should be distressing for them, because the best thing as a hitter, and for those of us that have played baseball, the best thing as a hitter is knowing what that umpire is going to do. And we do background research on when you say, oh, we got umpire blah, blah, blah. And either it's great because you know that the strike zone is going to be upheld consistently, or you go, oh, crap, I have Angel Hernandez. That means I have to swing at everything so that I don't get rung up standing there flat-footed. Madam Speaker, I'm appealing to you as somebody who I have complimented you on your fair treatment of the minority. I have complimented you on getting things right. You have ruled against some of your own members on a number of occasions. Please, please, members, overturn the ruling of the Speaker, because I think, Madam Speaker, that you've made the wrong call here. Last night, you created a precedent that you opened up the chapter of law. I would encourage you to abide by your decision from last night and allow debate to continue so that Representative New Brindley's amendment can be discussed. Even though you may not want to go to a vote, last night was precedent setting. Thank you, members.
I don't get to argue my case from up here, but my lawyer from Ramsey County does. Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess the first one I'll make on the Speaker's behalf was that the Speaker did not rule last night. That was us deciding as a body. And we made the right decision last night, and we'll make the right decision to uphold the Speaker's ruling today. Members, the test is not the particular section or chapter. It's not quite that simple. In this case, it's true there's this one section from Chapter 260B that is in the underlying bill. It's something that adds an office within the Department of Public Safety. This amendment is something that would make a change to the definition of a delinquent child in the Child Protection Statute. It's a completely different issue, and that's really the test. Is the subject matter in the underlying bill? Is the amendment germane to the subject matter of the underlying bill, of which the question of chapter or section is only one test? Now, what happened yesterday was that the amendment related to nursing facility rates and nursing facility funding, and that was in fact in the underlying bill. Chairman Knorr made the point that there was nursing facility funding in the underlying bill, and actually there were repeated references to nursing facility rates in the underlying bill, the very same topic as the amendment. That's why the body ruled as it did, that in fact that point of order in that case was not well taken, that the amendment was germane to the underlying bill. In this case, this particular amendment does not pass that test. There's absolute consistency between those two things, and I'd urge members to support the ruling of the Speaker. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Our nation and government were designed to protect the minority. We pass laws and have policies and rules to be consistent so that we don't have systemic discrimination against the minority, that the actual decision is determined by the details and not who is the one bringing forth a point or action. I believe that the appropriate thing we should do is not continue to say, well, it's okay because we're interpreting it right, but it's not okay because you're not interpreting right. I think the people that are watching are seeing, it looks different in that not the circumstances, but the decisions are different, and that's a dangerous place to go. So please do not support the determination of the Speaker.
Further discussion. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm afraid that my colleagues here are getting more and more and more creative in how we're going to govern this body. And, I've been here a little over 6 years, and I have never seen the kind of evolution I am seeing right now. Never. And I suspect there are people who have been here a lot longer than me who are a little shocked by what's happening in this body right now. This revisionist history of how we determine whether or not something is germane. And this is revisionist. We, in real time, are determining new custom and usage for the House. The problem is we're making it very unclear And of course, what that means is it is very unclear to the minority voice, because the majority just gets to decide. But it's like a bunch of 5-year-olds playing a board game, changing the rules halfway through the game. You've always got that one kid who's like, wait, this is how it goes. Well, that's what we're doing in the House right now. That's how we're legislating. Guys, we're not a bunch of 5-year-olds playing Candyland. We are making laws in this chamber. We are actually doing serious things. And if you're just going to change the rules as we go, so that the minority voice is stifled, guys, you have the votes. You get whatever you want. You get to pass whatever you want out of this chamber. You've got a $17.5 billion surplus. You've got all the money you could ever want. Well, strangely, you don't somehow. You've got loads of money. You've got all the votes. Well, guess what? All we have is, as the minority, all we have is our voices. That's the only thing we've got. We've got our voices to represent our constituents. And we've got the rules that govern how we get to use our voices. And everyone in this chamber knows those rules. And we work very hard to make sure we abide by those rules. But when the rules change mid-game, then what? What do? Last night, we were told that the chapter is sufficient. That's the strike zone. In fact, it's not even last night. The very last amendment. Representative Dameth had an amendment 5 minutes ago. The chapter is in the underlying bill, but the section is not. And we just voted on that amendment. So why is this amendment not germane? In Mason's, I'm in section 402, paragraph 2, it says, to determine whether an amendment is germane, the question to be answered is whether the amendment is relevant. The underlying bill is talking about juvenile justice. My amendment is talking about juvenile justice. It is 100% relevant. If it is appropriate, it's the public safety bill. It's the public safety and judiciary bill. It could not be more appropriate. This is the only appropriate place for this amendment, and it is certainly appropriate to the underlying bill. And if it is in a natural and logical sequence to the subject matter of the original proposal. We are talking about juvenile justice. And as we talk about juvenile justice, it is logical to suggest that there are situations in which juveniles then should be tried as adults. It is logical. My amendment meets every requirement under every rule this body has set. My amendment follows Mason's, my amendment follows the rules of the House, and my amendment follows our new custom and usage. If you rule with the Speaker, if you find that you agree with the ruling of the Speaker, you are saying that like a bunch of 5-year-olds, we don't care about rules. We're just going to change them when we want to be what we want so that we can win our game in the way that we want to win our game. Guess what, folks? You're winning. You got the votes. We just think there are real serious issues in this state that should still be addressed. And one of those issues is that the largest county in the state of Minnesota does not have interest in juvenile justice. They don't have interest in accountability. And to say that this body shouldn't even take a vote on that? 5-year-old move, so I guess vote how you want.
The member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I just stumbled back into the chamber here, and apparently we're talking about germaneness again, so I thought I'd chime in. Yesterday we had this conversation, and I thought we were pretty clear. In fact, the chamber voted unanimously that an amendment like this could be offered on a bill. But what some of you didn't notice was the speaker was actually reading from a little script up there. She has notes and kind of little tests of language here that can test whether something is germane or not. So I really had faith in you. I didn't think this was going to come. But just in case, I wandered up to the front and I got a copy of that script in case, just in the off chance that I might ever need it here on the House floor, and that there was some off chance that you weren't 100% consistent. I always think the best way to impugn someone is to read their own words back to them. The speaker read from this script last night. Will the amendment, this is one of the questions that it asks when you're deciding germaneness. Will the amendment require a major change in the title of the bill? Is the amendment being made to the same chapter or section of law? Not and section of law, it's chapter or section. And then it says, if the bill's title may show existing statutory language which shown in the bill, but may not be affected by the bill. Amendments offered to amend such language may not be in order. The next part is the part that's important. Conversely, this is in the script that she was reading from last night, the notes that the speaker keeps up there when they're deciding whether something's germane or not. And this is the important part. Conversely, an amendment that inserts new language or sections into a bill isn't necessarily non-germane if the new language or sections are within the scope of the bill. Has there been some misunderstanding here? Or do you just intend to be that inconsistent? Representative New Brindley was right. You have the votes. You can vote up whatever you want, and you can vote down whatever you want. But ruling something out of order because it's not germane simply because you don't want to take a vote on it is pretty lame. Unanimously last night, the chamber voted unanimously that it doesn't have to be in the same chapter and verse in statute. And these are omnibus bills. Everything that's in the jurisdiction of this committee is actually germane to this bill. That's actually true. Everything that's in jurisdiction of this committee is actually germane to this bill. Now, this chamber has decided that we want to narrow that down, and maybe we won't let everything that's within jurisdiction. But that's not actually correct. Everything that's within jurisdiction of this particular omnibus bill is germane when the omnibus bill is on the House floor. You can argue that all you want. That's actually a fact. And I'm going to tell you from the perspective of the minority, we have introduced, 2,000 bills maybe this session, I'm guessing. Well north of 1,000, but I bet it's probably 2,000 bills. My guess is 1,900 of those 2,000 bills didn't even get a hearing. And every member of this chamber that sits on this side of the aisle represents the same number of constituents that everybody that sits on that side of the aisle. And you know what? Not a single one of our constituents is any less important than any one of yours. That's the great part about serving in the legislature here. I am the voice for the people in my district. And when you're in the minority, sometimes your only opportunity to have your bill or your provision or your priority, or let me phrase it another way, your constituent's voice heard here on the House floor is to offer it as an amendment to a bill here on the House floor. But in effect, what's happening is that the constituents that you represent are more important right now because their voice here at the Capitol is voting to tell the constituents of that member up there that she's not important and that the voices of her constituents don't matter. So rather than let her have her day in court where she can stand up and speak on the importance of an issue to her constituents, you silence her. You muzzle her and the voices of her constituents that voted for her. Her election certificate is no less important than yours. And every single one of her constituents is no less important than any one of yours. And I want you to know that that's what it feels like when you tell us that we can't even talk about something that's important to our constituents here. Because this is the only opportunity we have in many instances to make sure that our constituents' voices are heard. This is the only way that we can do it. Because 1,900 and some odd number of our bills didn't even get a committee hearing. We didn't get the opportunity to invite our constituents into committee where they could talk about whatever problem it is that they care about and what a great solution they might have. So we offer it here on the House floor, only to be told, you know what? My voters don't think that your voters' opinion matters. And instead, we argue for 15 or 20 or 30 or 50 or 90 minutes about rules and germaneness and stuff that nobody cares about, when we could have just had a 5 or 10 minute conversation about an issue that her constituents care about. Don't you think it would just be a lot easier to let her talk about that issue, have a little debate, have a little back and forth? You can say, you know what? I don't think that's the best idea, and here's why. And everybody watching at home can listen. And they'll know how she feels, and they'll know how you feel. But instead, you're creating this environment where it looks like, I'm not going to suggest you're doing that because that's against our rules. But it may look to them at home like you're trying to hide behind the rules, like you don't want to have a debate about that issue that's important to her constituents. And I, for one, would never want anyone to think that you'd want to hide behind the rules and not take a vote. So we end up talking about the rules for 45 minutes instead of talking about the issues that are actually important to Minnesotans. And this, members, is why people don't have great faith and trust in legislative bodies across this country. Because we can't have honest debates and conversations about issues that matter on something that's very obviously germane, right out of the script that was read by our speaker from the rostrum last night. After which, we took a unanimous vote to say that something was germane that wasn't in the same chapter and section of law. And it didn't take us long to be inconsistent, did it? Here we are, 15 hours later, saying something's out of order and your constituents' opinion doesn't matter in this chamber. We can do better. And you know what, members? We need to be the example. Every week I spend time talking to the high school pages. And every week I talk to them about how disappointed I am in the polarization of our country. And that for some reason, our families can't sit around a Thanksgiving table with relatives, blood relatives, or friends who maybe have a different political perspective and discuss and debate the issues that are important to our society right now. And we can't do that in a civil way. We've got families torn apart because they don't want to even bring up political issues. Do you know why? This is why. Because if we can't show the better example here in this place, in the people's house, then how are they going to do it at their Thanksgiving table? We have to do better. And for every time that you spent talking to a constituent for the last year saying, you know what, this place doesn't function as well as it can or it should, and we could do something a little better. This is your opportunity where you could do something better. Let her have a quick little debate on her issue. Let her talk about why it's so important to her constituents. And then if you don't agree with her, once you've listened to her, and you've maybe gone back and forth a little bit and had a little debate, then vote it down. This is a legislative body. And the majority of the votes, it's their will that's going to happen. But it doesn't have to happen like this. Because when we do this, we set the example for our families that it's okay to not show up for Thanksgiving because you don't want to face somebody that you might disagree with. And we can't treat people respectfully and with honor and dignity because it's not Ann New that you're shaming here. It's her constituents. It's her 43,500 people that sent her here to be their voice at this Capitol. It's them that you're telling that their opinion's not important. She's merely their voice. And you know what? If you do it to her, you're making it okay for someday somebody to do it to you. And it's not right. So we need to do things better in this chamber, and we need to set a better example so that across this state and across this country, we can bring these polarized ends together for a debate about the biggest issues that face our state and our nation. Because we're only going to solve those big problems together. And we're not going to solve them by treating each other like this. So members, if there was ever an opportunity to fix a wrong, here it is. Let's make sure that Representative New's constituents have a voice here at the Capitol and that their voice is no less important than anybody else's. This isn't the way we should treat anybody. This is germane, and you should vote that way.
The clerk will take the roll on the appeal. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 61 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the ruling of the Speaker shall stand. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hudson moves to amend Senate File Number 2909, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A33.
And members, we have an amendment to the Hudson A33 amendment at the House desk. This amendment to the amendment has not been pre-filed, but pursuant to Rule 3.33E, I have determined this is a technical amendment to the Hudson A33 amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Hudson is moving to amend his amendment to Senate File 2909, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A48.
Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as you noted, the amendment to the amendment is technical in nature, and I very much appreciate both yourself and Chair Moeller agreeing to facilitate this correction.
Well, we could just vote quickly on that. All those in favor of the technical amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is now in the shape that the author would like. Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this is, I believe, the final amendment on this bill, so we made it. I'll try not to belabor my point so we can move along with our business. The A33 amendment, as amended, requires the courts to impose an increased sentence on violent offenders who have 2 or more previous convictions for a violent crime. And specifically, I believe we're talking about felony convictions. So this takes the word may and changes it to must Judges must impose an aggravated durational departure. The offender must serve the entire sentence in prison with no early release. And if the offender has multiple convictions, the sentences must be served consecutively. So where we're coming from on this is, and I'll get a little bit more into this on third reading, but my experience serving on the Public Safety Committee has been deeply educational and enriching. And I feel as though my grasp of, let's put it this way, I feel as though any policies I actually have the ability to affect in the future are going to be better as a result of serving in the minority on the Public Safety Committee. And that's something that I owe you for. I appreciate that. But what I do think is missing from the majority's view on public safety is recognition of the fact that no matter how much we wish everyone could be redeemed, no matter how much we wish everyone could be restored and brought to a place where they could be a productive, contributing member to society, there is a certain segment of the population, for whatever reason, that has chosen to opt out. They've chosen to betray the social contract by being repeat, violent, felony offenders. And if we can't, through our interventions, through our many interventions, of which you are increasing in this bill, if we can't convince them that there's a path to being a decent person who doesn't violate the rights of others, after 2 felony convictions, then by the time they get to that third one, for the sake of everyone else, for the sake of the safety of the public at large, it's time to make sure that they go away for a good long time, and that's what this amendment would affect. And in order to pay for this, we're going to take, there's obviously going to be additional prison beds as a result of increasing sentences, and so those funds, similar to my amendment from last night, would be taken from the appropriation for inmate communication with the outside world. I would ask for a green vote.
Discussion on the amendment. The member from Ramsey, Representative Lee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to a point of order.
State your point of order.
Under House Rule 3.21, motions and propositions must be germane. A motion or proposition on a subject different from that under consideration must not be admitted under guise of its being an amendment. A motion, amendment, or other proposition offered to the House is out of order if it is not germane to the matter under consideration.
Advice, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Advice. Look, I'm not even going to get into, we've spent a lot of time, both today and last night and throughout the session, arguing about the nuances of germaneness. I'm not going to get into arguing about the technical aspects of chapter and verse, section and subsection. None of that matters. This is a public safety bill. And my amendment deals with sentencing. which is a public safety matter. You don't get more germane than that. And while we were waiting for the adjudication of this point of order, I got members around me who are asking the question, what are we even doing here? What's the point? Why do we spend so many hours in this chamber if we're not going to do it in good faith? And this is very clearly, obviously, in bad faith to call this.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Representative Long, state your point of order.
Masons 124 motives.
Representative Hudson, if you could argue the germaneness without going to motives, that'd be great. Representative Hudson.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I've made my point. I'm not going to. I don't think. And members, please, we don't need to have another 45-minute debate over this point. It's really obvious what the majority is doing here. So please, Madam Speaker, find the point of order not well taken.
Representative Moeller, advice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this particular provision is making amendments to 609.1095. That is a very specific statute related to sentencing. We don't touch this statute in our bill, and so I would recommend that you find the point of order well taken.
Members, I've had the opportunity to review the amendment and to listen to the advice of Representative Lee, Representative Moeller, Representative Hudson. I find the point of order well taken. Representative New Brindley. Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to appeal the ruling of the chair, and I ask for a roll call vote.
Representative Hudson appeals the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call. Representative Hudson. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hudson.
So the point's already been made. I'm not going to belabor it. If sentencing has nothing to do with a bill about public safety, then what amendment could possibly have anything to do with this bill? It's amazing to me. The broader the scope of our bills get, to Representative Doubt's point regarding the jurisdiction of committees, the broader the scope gets, somehow the narrower the strike zone of germaneness gets. It's absurd. It's obviously absurd, and you're making fools of yourself right now.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Madam Speaker, members, I think we may have just heard the most absurd argument to find something not germane that we could ever possibly hear. This section of law is a very specific section of law. Yes, every section of law is very specific. It governs very specific areas of law. Again, guys, there is nothing more to say. This is games, it's silliness, and call me out of order if you want. It's BS because you don't want to take votes.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I shouldn't be as shocked as I am that right now the majority party in Minnesota and in this House is so afraid to take a vote on—
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Representative Long, what's your point of order?
Masons 124 motives.
Representative Schultz, please discuss the germaneness issue without going to motives. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Minnesotans watching at home, this is for you. The majority party in this body will not take a vote.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Representative Long,
Madam Speaker, the test is not, the debate is not about whether or not we want to take a vote. The debate should be about what the substance of the vote is.
Representative Schultz, you have the floor.
The voice of the minority party does not matter in this state anymore.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Members, what is germane is actually doing the people's business, debating the issues, and trying to make a difference and have the best policy come out. The continual repetitive motions and the germaneness, etc. Let us actually do the work of the people, get up here and debate, work out the best and move on. That's what's germane, the work of the people.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in America, we try to protect the minority. And Madam Speaker, I would ask that you would protect the minority. This is the wrong ruling. I tell you what, I'm learning a lot as a freshman here. I've got some really good teachers over there, but you're teachers also, and you're teaching me a lot how the majority rules on this floor. And what I've seen is silencing voices, and I would highly recommend that you stop.
The clerk will take the roll on the appeal. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 61 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the ruling of the Speaker shall stand. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File Number 2909, as amended.
Third reading as amended. Discussion to the bill. The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, as we begin final deliberations on the Moriarty-Moeller crime bill today, I think it's important that we understand, we operate from a basis of fact of where things are at. Under the Moriarty-Moeller crime bill, we can see that the focus of crime, the focus of, the majority leader's rising. I hope I didn't say something to offend him, but I think this is probably just starting. But if we look at specific crime data and statistics, we can see that of the 201 homicides in the state of Minnesota that took place, 76% were in Hennepin and Ramsey County. I don't need a mic. I'm loud. No, okay. Is that better? Okay, so I'll start from the beginning. So, Madam Speaker and members, as we begin our final deliberations on the Moriarty-Moeller crime bill,
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Representative Garofalo, we did discuss this. Masons 114, we can't use the name of other officials and discuss their conduct. You can discuss a policy. I think one of your colleagues was discussing a policy of the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, but because she is a current elected, our custom and usage is to rely on not all of Masons, but Masons 114. So if you could just refer to the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, you will be in the strike zone.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I should clarify. At no point did I say that the name Moriarty was referencing the Hennepin County Attorney. I was talking about a different Moriarty. So the Moriarty-Moeller crime bill.
Representative Garofalo, if you could just please avoid saying that name because it is the name of an elected official in Minnesota that we have been talking about in this bill. Representative Garofalo.
Well, Madam Speaker, I didn't realize the DFL was in the business of copyrighting last names now. So, I mean, I think I've got a pretty latitude strike zone here. I mean, Madam Speaker, I was actually going to get up and move that we move and meet past midnight given the procedure rulings today, but I'm not going to do that. But I think it's fair that I refer to this as the Moriarty-Moeller crime bill. I think that's appropriate.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
Okay. Representative Garofalo, you're going to have to make an explanation of how you're not referring to an elected official in Hennepin County if you'd like to use that name.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Are there other names that I'll have to explain as well, or is it just Moriarty that I can't say?
Just that one.
Okay.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. Well, Madam Speaker, there was, in fact, last year, a very prominent fentanyl case in southwestern Minnesota involving someone who was charged and convicted with regards to them distributing fentanyl and killing people. And I thought it was appropriate to reference that person's name in this bill as something that we want to be against. So that's why I'm using the name Moriarty. And I don't think the DFL can copyright the Moriarty name. And I think the more the DFL tells me I can't say it, I think more people are going to be referencing the Moriarty-Moeller crime bill. That's what I think. But Madam Speaker and members, with regards to the data underlying this, if perhaps the author would yield for a question.
She will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. Madam Speaker and Representative Moeller, I think I can say Moeller. I don't think that's been copyrighted by the DFL yet. Representative Moriarty, in the state of Minnesota, Hennepin and Ramsey counties are only 31%.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Representative Long.
Masons 124, avoiding personalities. Stating somebody's name incorrectly is getting into personalities.
I think Representative Garofalo misspoke. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt there. I think he meant to say Representative Moeller.
I think I did say Representative Moeller.
You didn't, but it's...
No, you're all wrong, and I was right. There's 201 of you. I'm right. All 200 of you are wrong. I'm sorry, Representative Moeller.
She will yield. The member from Ramsey, the author of the bill, will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Representative Moeller. I actually didn't mean to do that, so sorry. The other stuff I did, but not that. Representative Moeller, Hennepin and Ramsey counties represent 31% of our state's population, yet they represent 76% of the homicides that are taking place in our state. In light of the fact that Hennepin County and Ramsey County are DFL dominated, why on earth should we be listening to DFL elected officials and those policies that originated in Hennepin and Ramsey County in terms of imposing that on the rest of the state?
Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, my name is Representative Moeller. And you did state it incorrectly. This bill was put together with input from people throughout the whole state. We had Yellow Medicine County here talking about what they're doing around restorative justice. We had folks from counties across the state, probation. Again, remind you that all 87 counties signed on to the probation formula that we're changing in this case. So this bill was put together with input statewide. We have a Representative Mauer provision in here, or Representative Mueller. Wow, we're just all getting it confused here. From Mower County, she has a provision in here related to alternatives to incarceration. So this bill was put together with input from folks all across the state.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If the author would yield for another question.
She will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, and to the author of the bill, is it fair to say that with this DFL-dominated bill, that we're looking to take the public safety concerns of Hennepin and Ramsey County and export those to the other 85 counties in our state?
Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is protecting the public safety of every Minnesotan across the state. We fund victim services programs that are in all of your jurisdictions. We're funding BCA law enforcement efforts that they can go and help fight crime in areas around the state, wherever there are crime hotspots. Like I mentioned before, the juvenile work that's being done, the probation work that's being done, the emergency services for our counties throughout our state. This is a statewide proposal. Thank you.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the author. Members, I think it's important to recognize the public safety crisis that has been occurring in the DFL-dominated areas of Hennepin and Ramsey County. Okay? These policies that have been enacted in these communities at the city and county level are not working. They're jeopardizing the public safety of our state. We are jeopardizing the public safety of those Anoka, Dakota, Washington, Carver counties. We do not need the suburbs and the other counties of our state emulating the policies of Hennepin and Ramsey County. They have not worked, they are not working, they will not work. Vote no, and let's build a bipartisan public safety bill that'll make Minnesotans safer, not dangerous. Thank you.
The member from Clearwater, Representative Grossell.
Madam Speaker and members, I'm going to start with just one verse, Romans 12:21. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. Let that sink in a little bit. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. The men and women in our law enforcement community say goodbye to their families every day to go to work, to do that very thing. To not be overcome by evil, but to overcome evil with good. To do what is right, to do what is good, to do what is just. This bill I'm sorry to say, is anti-law enforcement. Now I'm going to talk about the elephant in the room for a little bit. You've changed from your defund police program to let's just not fund the police at all. Let's not fund law enforcement at all. Instead, let's fund nonprofits, untested, untried, instead of putting the money where you should be into your law enforcement community so they can do the job that we have asked them to do, to stop evil, to do good, to protect our communities. Violent crime runs rampant. Citizens are dying needlessly. And yet still you put forth legislation that doesn't fund the police adequately, if at all. Those are the ones that are still holding that line to protect their communities, families, friends, and neighbors. And again, I say, you're giving the money to nonprofits. It makes no sense at all. You do give some to the Minnesota BCA. Some. Those state agencies, the DNR, the state troopers, the Minnesota BCA, they're specialized units. They are not the boots on the ground in communities and counties that do the lion's share of that work of protecting communities and counties. It are your police officers, your police departments, your deputies, and the sheriffs. I've talked to numerous BCA agents, DNR, game wardens, and state patrol officers, troopers, who have said this is not our job to patrol the streets of communities. They have their specific jobs. What you're doing to them now is that you're going to run them ragged. You're going to give them some money. You're going to run them ragged until they're burnt out as well. And all the while you continue to not fund our law enforcement community, not fund our police, more of them will leave the ranks and leave the communities woefully unprotected. Now, with that being said, I'm not going to go into what you did last night to the no-knock search warrants. Something that did not need to be fixed. You took and you messed up. You've messed up a tool, a seldom used tool, by the way, that you've pretty much rendered useless to law enforcement to protect the officers and the communities. From what I'm seeing, and from what a reasonable person throughout the state is seeing, what you're doing is driving a wedge between law enforcement and the people they serve, protect, and love. Not only that, but you're undermining the confidence of the citizens with their law enforcement community. You're undermining them. And I'm thinking about what I'm seeing over the past years. I hear a lot of talk about we're going to do this, we're going to do that. I have yet to see anybody bring something forward to address and deal with the violent crime scourge that's going across this state. And looking over the overall landscape of what I've seen done so far over these past few years, to me, it would lead a reasonable person to believe, sadly, that this is intentional. There. I've talked about the elephant in the room. Go back to the drawing board. Let's start doing some legislation that is actually going to protect our citizens and stop this violent crime in this state. Vote red.
The member from Dakota, Representative Whitty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to first thank Chair Moeller for the opportunity to serve on the committee. And my fellow committee members, it was a great opportunity to listen, learn, and understand. I also appreciate you letting me bring in my voice and experience from being a 27-year law enforcement officer. Our law enforcement officers are hurting physically, emotionally, and mentally. There's been a rise in violence against our police officers. According to the BCA Uniform Crime Report, in 2019, 467 officers were assaulted. In 2021, it jumped to 1,112. This is a 140% increase over a 3-year time frame. This violent trend towards officers is troubling. Our officers are viewed as people who are really open game. There is a significant increase in violent crime in society. Not surprising to see more assaults on our law enforcement. Last week, we learned in 2023, 7 officers have been shot, with 1 being murdered. 7 officers in 2023 have been shot and 1 murdered. Currently, there are 10,600 in active police officer license in the state of Minnesota, 1,000 fewer than 4 years ago. There are 308 municipal police departments, 20 fewer than 4 years ago. 791 people took the peace officer's licensing exam in 2022, compared to 1,261 in 2015, a 470 reduction. An even more alarming number, because there are currently over 1,000 open positions in the state of Minnesota. The pipeline of candidates entering law enforcement profession is not keeping up with the numbers of people leaving the profession. I appreciate Representative Hewitt trying to help with this and taking my amendment yesterday to hopefully bring more people into law enforcement. I believe we can do better, and I believe it begins with respect and support. Last Saturday, I had the honor to attend the funeral of Deputy Josh Owens. He was a K-9 officer, and I got to see it from a different perspective. I've been the one on law enforcement side where I needed our community to support, and this was my opportunity to pay my respects to Deputy Owen, who gave the ultimate sacrifice, but also to his wife and young son, the Pope County Sheriff's Office, but also the Glenwood community. When we were driving out, this 300-person community stood there on the side of the road and supported all of our local law enforcement as they went back, as they're hurting, to lift us up and to realize that there is a silent majority out there that do support us. And that was a very powerful moment. We in this House can be a beacon of hope. We can be a shining light. We can show our respect and support for the state troopers that protect us while we're in here, to our sergeants at arms who are retired law enforcement that make sure that we do not have to worry about something happening when we're on this House floor. Law enforcement is a noble profession which we all have in our community. My hope is one day we'll have safe communities for all. Thank you.
The member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to speak. Representative Bliss mentioned earlier a proposal that him and I have been working on for the last couple months, and that proposal was the SAFER Act, and it's a proposal that wanted to get at public safety at its core, instead of talking about just the solution without actually getting into the meat of the equation. And I just want to go over that right now and share that with the body, as this was an alternative that could have been in the public safety bill today. So the first part of SAFER stands for supporting law enforcement. That would have been mental health grants to our law enforcement departments across the state. that would have helped with mental health for those officers that need it, as well as training, so that when those officers and deputies are called to a scene, they would have more training to help people when they need it most. The second part of SAFER, the A, stands for accountability, resources for our county attorneys. It's no surprise, we all know this across the state, our county attorneys are dealing with major backlog. This would be a way to give them the resources they need to get through that backlog and prosecute crimes in our communities. The F stands for facilities for mental health care. Representative Bliss did a great job talking about the crisis behavioral health centers. We need more of them. We cannot continue to have people being placed on 72-hour holds in our ERs. It's not the right way to take care of people, and it's not Minnesotan. The E stands for education for responsible gun ownership. It wasn't that long ago where, basic firearms education was taught in our schools. The proposal that we were doing here would have the DNR work on a pilot program that individual school districts that have the ability to look into for curricula for their students. It would be no mandate, but the option would be out there. And the R stands for respect for life. One of the key tenets of our Constitution and what we stand for and what we believe in this room. And all of these things are respecting life and taking care of people in a public safety bill. I just wanted to offer that there are proposals being worked on this side of the aisle that are getting more at the solutions and trying to find ways to lift people up and keep all our communities safe so that we don't have people on 72-hour holds in an ER room when they need mental health. So that law enforcement officers who are experiencing hard times or in tough situations have the care they need to come over that and work together to continue to keep our communities safe. So that we can understand that firearms are a part of our culture, that are a part of our society, and that we can have respect for life and respect for firearms and have safe communities. These are the proposals we could have had in this bill today, and they are not there. That is why I can't support it. And I encourage members of the other side and of this side to keep coming together and let's have a conversation about ideas like this that we can support in a bipartisan fashion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Mauer, Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. Like Representative Hudson, I had the pleasure of being, this is my second time being on public safety, and I've had the pleasure of being on public safety now for 2 terms in the minority. And I've told people the reason why I wanted to be there is because of I have no experience in law enforcement whatsoever, but I have experience in the classroom. And watching my students go through things that have affected them has given me a passion for juvenile justice and has given me a passion for making sure that our communities are able to find innovative ways to come together and work with the people who need help the most. My husband and I are very active in our community and have done as much work as we can to help homeless, to help those who are struggling, to help those who are in some of those dire situations. I've said this before once, and I'm going to say it again. We cannot legislate ourselves out of some of these issues. We will never be able to legislate ourselves out of these issues. I said it during the gun control bill hearing, and I'll say it again. There are cultural things that are happening that when we have decided to step away as community, to step away as faith groups, to step away as active, caring citizens, and have allowed the government to come in to somehow control all this, we will never be able to legislate ourselves out of it. However, public safety is a core function of the government. You should expect that when someone violates your rights, that you get earthly justice on this side of heaven. You get justice as much as we are able to give it on this side of heaven. And that that is our responsibility as legislators here to look at how people's rights are violated and how we are able to hold people accountable so that they can find that path to redemption. And as we have talked, as Representative Hudson has talked and we have talked about, we want to see redemption. We want to see renewal. You have heard me say it in committee. But we have to do the first part first by holding people accountable first. We have to do the first part first. One of the reasons why I'm frustrated with this bill is because though public safety is a core function of government, over half of this money is going to the Department of Corrections, and of that, 82 million is going to OJP. We have seen in this bill a misplaced priority of where our funding should be. In the past several years, we have seen that OJP has received anywhere between $30 and $40 million. This bill absolutely makes a huge increase to $86 million. Some of it is going to really noble causes. Federal crimes victim funding gap, domestic and sexual violence housing, murdered and missing African American women and girls, first responder therapy, the paid sexual assault exams that we heard from Representative Edelson. Some of these are incredibly important things that we see in our community that are necessary. And then there's others that are questionable not because of their passion, but because of their effectiveness and because of the ability to show that they are necessary in the community. And what I mean by that, members, is when a community is able to respond to a problem, they are much more reaction. They have much better reaction, much more nimble, much more, they have a better way of being able to respond to what they see in the community right there, locally. And when a community wants to do that and they actually have a vested interest in seeing that happen, they support that. And when they support that, they are able to address that the best. And instead, we have millions of dollars going to nonprofits that say that they have established records of providing direct services and that it's included but not limited to, and there's just a litany of things that are here. I asked, like the YIP grants, do any of these organizations or nonprofits have to have a matching grant dollar amount? And I was told no. I was told the reason why they don't have it is because this is in a community that is often low income and that their matching is time and their matching is volunteering. Okay. However, I guarantee there are entities that have vested interest in keeping their community safe. And if this is an organization, if this is a nonprofit that's actually doing good work, the community will rally around it and participate in it and actually give towards that cause. Because when you rely solely on the state gets to decide the winners and losers. That's not okay. And the state gets to decide what is worthy of what is worthy of having money put at it. We heard testimony from an organization that talked about the amazing work they were doing, but as soon as they lost state funding, they disappeared. And they're like, oh, we have all these people who want us to come back. Why don't you give us more funding? Again, members, when you are effective in your local community will invest in you, and that's where the priority should be. Our priority should be making sure that we are keeping our constituents safe, making sure that we have a funded law enforcement, making sure that our communities are being able to innovate and be able to have abilities to invest in their communities. We need to make sure that our priorities are straight with this bill, and it is not. There are several other issues, but we've heard all of them over the last 2 days, and so I will not belabor all of that. It's important for us to remember that public safety is a core function of government. When we fail to prioritize our funding appropriately, when we fail to keep criminals accountable with the possibility of a redemption after being held accountable, this affects every person in our community. And Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you would vote red on this bill. Thank you.
That's how it works. The member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Mr. Speaker, members, today I rise on this public safety bill. And I think after listening to hours of debates, it becomes obvious that the positions, the issues of intent of what we want to accomplish is the same, but how we get there is different. And I say that because to me it's clear, people kill. And those that create violent, horrific acts are the person who's responsible for this. And when we talked about the marijuana bill being legalized, there was lots of conversation on if marijuana is legalized, could there be increased in vehicle deaths? Could more people die? Well, we know what the statistics are. There could be more deaths. But we know that, and again, it came back to it's the choice of the person. There's personal responsibility. We were told personal responsibility matters. Death is death, however the deaths happen, people. There are deaths that happen, and it comes down to people. But when you look at this, how are we going to have sustainable communities? What does that look like for Minnesota? What rules in society are we willing to have? What rules did you have growing up? Because I'm starting to feel like I was shot to another planet from the Jetsons, and I'm not sure it looks real familiar. Maybe it does. But I don't see a lot of talk about personal responsibility, personal conduct, personal discipline, morality. And there is not a mandate or a law that is going to mandate those things. Whether it's from a religious perspective, whether it's from a society perspective, we can't write a law in this governing body for that. But I sat and listened to healthcare professionals that are psychiatrists say the brain develops till 25, that marijuana has a different effect on the neurons. It's not the same exactly as alcohol. We didn't want to accept an amendment for 25, which would protect people. And it comes down to this thing, too, with public safety. Little kids, little problems is what I was told when I was raising kids. Big kids, big problems. And for kids today, after we're coming out of a pandemic with isolation at record levels, mental health off the charts, confidence, self-esteem. I've talked to teachers across the state. I've had police officers call me and teachers that are not in my district, sharing stories of mental health, self-esteem, how we need to be talking as a human race. They're disgusted at the conversation in this body that we are not talking about a united Minnesota. Reading literacy. If kids can't read, aren't you at a disadvantage? Isn't that the greatest form of discrimination we can do? If you can't read, are you going to have a higher propensity for crime? A higher propensity to do things that you maybe wouldn't do if you could read and have a job? But instead, we're not talking about that. We're talking about behavior, K through 3, teachers, that we're supposed to trust teachers. I have. And principals and teachers no longer have jurisdiction on discipline at a local level. We are so smart we can make every mandate right here at this body. It is mind-boggling to me that we would even choose to do that. To not trust, we have independent school districts across the state. Independent was the key word. And yet we're not going to trust them to make decisions on if Natalie should stay in the classroom, or maybe Natalie shouldn't because her behaviors are disrupting the entire class and nobody's learning. Maybe Natalie needs to know that there's consequences for what she's doing. And there needs to be a scope. Of course there does. You shouldn't be punishing in a cruel way, but there is a fair way to do it. So what are we doing here? We're talking about criminals. Yesterday it was no knock for police. Today it's yes, go in, do the red flag, take away everything, but still leave the person there. So no knock in that situation is, knocking in that situation, I guess, is what we're doing. But at the end of the day, we still have the person there who's got mental health issues. That's what I heard campaigning door to door from Democrats, Republicans, Independent. We've got a mental health issue, people. The hospitals, talk to them. They're full in the beds. Nobody, it doesn't matter what law, what new cute tagline we come up with. Hospitals for 72-hour hold or any of these things, we don't have treatment centers. We don't have the most effective behavioral health units for kids. We got rid of state hospitals, and we said, let's put everybody back in the community because it makes great sense. But now let's just not have any rules. Let's also, when criminals rape somebody and murder somebody, let's let them have 1/3 of their sentence, and then they deserve to be back in society. What about the victims' rights? What about them? You know, maybe you forgot about Paul Antonich, but I met that family door knocking. Teachers whose son was brutally murdered in 1996 in Duluth. Horrible. I could hardly read about it. It was so awful. And I stopped at that intersection. I didn't know this family in 1997 when I dropped my kids off at childcare, and there were flowers there where this kid was, it was on the news everywhere. I didn't know him. I sat there and cried with a lot of people because I can't imagine if somebody killed, I couldn't read it. It was so disturbing to see how this kid was murdered. And I cried. It still makes me cry. And today, you know what? I cry for his parents because the people that murdered that kid like that are going to be out free. That is not right, Minnesota. If any of you lost your kid that way, you want them out in 1/3 sentence? I bet you don't. It's not what's good for the goose is good for the gander. It's absolutely pathetic. That kid would be 27 years old today, and he doesn't have a voice. I'm his voice. I'm his parents' voice. And you know what? I don't care what color skin you have. I don't care if you're rich or poor. I've had relatives that have had consequences too and spent time in prison. I know people who've had rape happen to them and had murder happen to them. And you know what? They have rights too. And we stand today for their rights. We stand for the police. We stand for the victim. And I don't care. Maybe they're not here to defend themselves, but somebody better. We have 1,700 stolen guns in 2021. Police are frustrated. I've had them call me from every part of the state saying, you know, we're on this wild goose chase trying to figure out, and then nothing happens. Stolen guns. Not from law-abiding citizens, maybe, but they're stealing guns. So then I looked at the data, because I like to look at math to see what's actually happening in Minnesota when we're talking about public safety. Because guns are one part of public safety, and so is the van that mows them down at the parade and everything else that goes on that's equally crazy, and knives and everything else. So in Minnesota, 2021, 513 firearm deaths. 27% was homicide. 69% is suicide. 69. See, we don't talk a lot about suicide. And guess what? Veterans are a big part of this. And what are we talking about? I don't hear it. We're talking about law-abiding citizens taking away a lot of that, and then the criminals aren't going to do a little background check. They don't do that. And we're letting them all out of jail. If they have three repeat offenses, no, that's not good enough to get more time either, because they have rights. So since I looked at states, you know, from like 2015 to 2019, for example, Illinois had 4,145 firearm deaths. So that was 6.5% of people of every 100,000. And at that time, Minnesota had 421 homicide deaths, 1.5. And we've went up right now in that measurement. We've went up to 2.4 per 100,000 people. But of that, 15,000 of our deaths are, the increase is suicide, and 7% is homicide. So what are we really talking about? If we want to solve the problem, we got to look at the people who are pulling the trigger, people who are driving the van through the parade. People ask me, do I really want to go to a parade? They talk about a lot of things when you're out door knocking. But what moral compass do we want? So I looked at some of the American Psychological Association. They said the most persistent, the most consistent and powerful predictor of future violence is a history of violent behavior. They've seen it at 7 to 11 years old, of people having violent behavior in the classrooms. They also talk about prenatal care. If I'm pregnant and I'm smoking marijuana, or I'm taking drugs, or I'm drinking, what will the effect be on that child that now goes through the education system? What are the family risk factors? Harsh, inconsistent discipline, whether you're super strict or you're too permissive, both are equally harmful. Poor parental monitoring, modeling antisocial behavior, violent attitudes, and it goes on and on and on. So I asked myself, what have we done to have conflict resolution in schools, communication techniques in schools, help the schools, help the kids, parenting classes? The biggest thing you do in your life is have a child is parenting. And there's not a lot of that in any of this discussion, but we're going to solve the end result when they're 18 to 25. And then if they can't read, they're at a big disadvantage. So I've listened to us say no to increased penalties. For third time's a charm. If you're a violent criminal, you're not going to have increased penalties. That's fantastic. I have not heard one person say they think that's brilliant. They're disappointed. So who are we really protecting? Everybody gets a trophy. Everybody gets an A. Everybody gets a get-out-of-jail-free card right now in Minnesota. And you know what? I think we've just defined what extreme is. This is extreme. And I've been all about expunging of records. I've talked to Representative Fraser. I agree on a lot of this stuff. I do. I've worked a long time to try to help people, and the people that know me know what I've tried to do for people to help them with the counties. And I've been fighting for them long before I got here, and I will. But I can't. I actually know people who have had their children murdered, and I can't in good conscience vote for this, for what this stands for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hudella.
24 years. 24 years I wore a uniform with a patch on my shoulder like several others in this chamber. When you do that, you take an oath to defend your country, defend our freedoms, defend our Constitution and our American way of life. This horrible Moriarty-Moeller crime encouragement bill not only fails to address our rampant crime, it
Representative
strips away...
Hudella, please do not refer to elected officials in the state of Minnesota. Representative Hudella.
This bill not only fails to address our rampant crime, it is beginning to strip away those constitutional rights that the men and women that serve this country take an oath to defend. The unconstitutional gun provisions in this bill are exactly that, unconstitutional. And then your extremely biased speech provision in this bill is right in the First Amendment. This morning, I was doing my weekly radio thing in my small town, was talking with the owner of that station. I explained the biased speech provision, and his response was, "Isn't that what they do in China and Russia?" And I said, "You are exactly right, and that is what our state is slipping to." I encourage members to vote no.
The member from Washington, Representative Weens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My mother told me to be thankful, and I'm very thankful to be in this body. I mean, it doesn't always feel very good, but I'm in the greatest state that this union has produced. And I want to thank Chair Becker-Finn, Vice Chair Frazier, Lead Scott, and my colleagues and staff on judiciary. I learned a lot. It was scintillating, it was judicious, and it was spirited. We didn't always agree. In fact, we're kind of having a replay of some of those things. But I try to find people that I can bond with and get some stuff done, because I'm here to get stuff done. I'm particularly encouraged about veterans courts, treatment courts for those nonviolent offenders, that we can give them a second chance to get things right and move forward in life. There's some policies that I don't particularly support. I think we might be paying a little bit too much for the juice that we're going to get out of the squeeze, but I'm willing to work on stuff. There's really kind of three things I take a look at, how I'm going to vote on a bill. One, does it do what it says it's going to do? Two, does it make us better as a people? And three, are we together? I mean, the governor talks about one Minnesota. I want to believe him. I want to work towards that. I want to partner towards people. I don't always vote with my party on things, and sometimes that's tough. But I try to represent my people and what I think is better for Minnesota. So one of my lenses to answer those three questions was from an incident back in the fall of 1989. Now, I know not everybody was aware of what was going on, so let me just play this on a little bit. I'm stationed in Germany. The Cold War is still going on. We have just finished, my unit had just finished a very successful border tour where we're on the Czech border and the East German border, Fulda Gap, all that kind of stuff. So we were rewarded with a trip to Berlin. Now, I had been to Berlin a couple of times on my own, but this was, I'm going with all my guys, which now there's a risk factor in that, of course. But we're on a sealed train in late fall of 1989, and we're moving towards West Berlin. That's our departure point. The military's got a beautiful system, or they did, of putting up troops in places that were former government or royal places in Berlin. And we were in one of these AFARTS places, and we were having a great time. We were allowed to kind of run a little loose in West Berlin. But the opportunity for us to go to East Berlin. Now, I was particularly interested because the Pergamon Museum is there. It's got the Nefertiti bust. Also, the Soviet War Memorial at East Berlin, Alexanderplatz, and the Funkturm. So Alexanderplatz is sort of really the communist show place to the West that, hey, communism's working. So for this trip, we're on a chartered bus. We are in uniform, and we are supposed to be on our best behavior, have all our documentation, and we move out. So I'm one of the leaders. I'm not the only leader on the bus, but we're checking all our guys. We stop at all these places. There's a lot of interest in the Americans. The Amis are here. And what are they doing? They're going in and checking these places out. We're dumping, we had to do conversion to the East German mark, so we're just dumping money all over the place, and we can buy anything we want. But as we go to each of these stops, our bus is surrounded by East German youth. They're taking a look at us. It's like, man, you know, those uniforms look good. And they're trying to trade with us, but we're told not to. At one particular location, our last location for the day, 3 of these East German youths tried to board our bus with "Bitte einsteigen, America." And first thing was 9 nix, you know, get off. And half the guys on the bus really wanted to help these people out. And it's like, this is East Germany's terrible, let's help these guys out. But cooler heads prevailed, and we told them they had to depart. They finally got it. And I remember seeing a couple of leather-clad people come out of the crowd and grab the 3 people that tried to get on our bus. And the last guy they pulled off looked right at me and said, "Thank you." And he got yanked off the bus for a night of rubber hoses and confessions. And there was this moment, what we call a Whiskey Tango Foxtrot moment, where we got the bus, got back to West Germany, West Berlin, and we're sitting down to dinner. A couple of my guys come over and said, "Sir, we could have taken them. We could have pulled those 3 on, and then we could have just rocked right through Checkpoint Charlie, got back to the hotel. They wouldn't have known." And then the next guy, and I knew that the Hefeweizen was really speaking loudly. And the next guy said, "Sir, we could have grabbed a couple of those Stasi guys and beat the crap out of them, and then taken them across and dumped them out." And I'm just thinking, I'm so thankful cooler heads prevailed. We could have had an international incident, our whole company detained, we might have been shot up, whatever. But it's the cooler heads that prevail, that get things done. And I'm here today because we did, I think, the right thing. As I look at those 3 questions and what happened actually about 2 weeks after this trip, the wall came down. And it was sort of an omen and a premonition. We had fleets of Trabants, which were the really crappy East German cars, coming into West Germany, showing up, and we partied like it was 1989. And in that partying, we started talking to some of the folks that came over, and this is what occurred to us, what happened. And they were telling us what their society was like. And for students, for the dissidents, basically, the writers, the artists, and even the East German Lutheran Church had cells of dissidents that did not take the philosophy and were being persecuted. And they had to go way underground because their voices couldn't be heard in common speech. And they were able to organize the change that occurred in East Germany. And I think that's very similar to probably what happened in Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and the rest of that time. So when I look back at that, I am so thankful that cooler heads prevailed. And I look at these policies and it's like, I want to win. I want to win with everybody here. But I am very concerned that we're going to push voices out by some of the policies. And that if those voices are not heard, they're going to go underground. And it's not good when voices go underground and are not heard. It causes distrust and disharmony. And I am thankful to be here. I want to be a part of a winning team. I want to work on this together, but I cannot vote for this bill right now. I'm going to vote red, but I would like to work in the future with all of you to get things better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Candy Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, members. I've got a couple things to hit on. I'm not going to go real long, but I did have a couple components about the bill that I did want to address. I'm wondering if Representative Feist would yield to a question.
She will yield. Representative Baker.
Representative Feist, I want to say thank you for carrying the House File 1838, which is the reform bill that really wanted to work with the probation reform. I know it's part of this bill, and I know that it's something that I had been working and listening to my county a lot about how important that was. Representative Feist, recently this changed a lot from the initial work that had been agreed to. And I'm asking because I want to better understand this. I really do want to understand what changed over the last couple of weeks and why are all of a sudden my county folks not happy with the current language that you had been working so hard on.
Representative Feist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Baker, for the question. I happen to have on my desk, actually, resolutions of support for this bill from all 87 counties in Minnesota. I was going to show these on third reading, but I can do it in answer to your question. This is an incredibly important bill, and it has been worked on for the last 2 years from all of the community supervision delivery systems in the Department of Corrections, and we have a limited budget that we're trying to cover all of the important things that are priorities for public safety. And unfortunately, the amount that we have right now in the budget is not the full amount in House File 1838. But those conversations are ongoing. It is important as we make these decisions that we don't just try to back into a number, but rather that we really do stick with the essence of the formula that was included in House File 1838. And so those conversations are incredibly important. This funding formula is going to more generously, adequately, and equitably distribute our probation funding across Minnesota, and I'm so excited about it, and really appreciate the work that the counties have done and the Department of Corrections to make sure that we get this right. Thank you for the question.
Representative Baker.
And thank you for your excitement for this. I think that what I'm hearing is they're not as excited as you are anymore about what was started with, but you championed something that was the right thing to do from the front end. But what I understand happened recently is that part of this bill is removing the county fees that they're wanting to charge in the past. That county probationary folks said if you're in probation, you got to pay a fee. Apparently, this bill is removing that. And if I'm wrong, you can correct me later. I'm not going to ever yield to a question. But if I'm wrong, that's what appears to be in the final version of this bill. The funding is not adequate, as you just pointed out. It changed. And what apparently, you can have the letters and all that support. AMC, I know, is a big part of this. But they are not as giddy about this as you are right now because of that recent change. Now, we're going to work on this. We're not done. I appreciate that energy. But what I understand, what I think happened here was, I think the Commissioner of Corrections came in and wanted to make some changes. I think that's been a big wedge between the folks in that probationary world is who's getting the money and who's getting it fairly. And our counties are not thinking that they're getting it fairly when 80% of the probationary work is done on county level, right? And this whole session, having you be the chair, or the author of this, working with my friend, Chair Moeller, working on this thing, and hearing from my folks back in Kaneohe County and other rural counties, this is the year we're going to get it done. But they're not feeling good about it right now. So I want to make sure that we address this because this bill has work to do on this part of it. They need more help. And I guess I'm just disappointed because I think that what they're really believing in here is that they got hijacked from the county, the Department of Corrections last minute, and they're taking a lot more money than they realized, and that's the governor doing that. The governor is injecting his commissioner and their agency on this bill, on your work, and that should not have happened. So, I'm glad you're sort of acknowledging my frustration, because Representative Fisher and I were dealing with the same kind of issue the other day with Department of DHS. They like to interject members more than they should when we're trying to work the final versions out of bills. Agencies should not be doing that. The governor's offices and his agencies should not be involved as much as they have been over the last 4 to 6 years that I've seen here. They don't belong in us and what we're doing here. And this is a disappointment. This is another example of why the legislators have to focus on writing the legislation, not the governor. They have the veto pen. That's what their role is. And that's what his ability is to say, I like it or I don't like it. Unfortunately, I think we should have fought harder, is my point, Representative Feist. And I hope when Chair Moeller and the team brings this to conference, I hope that we fight harder for the counties. So I just want to take that moment and say again, thank you for that. We missed it. We could do better. And I think we need to make sure that we listen to our counties and not the executive office down the road. I also just want to say thank you, though, to Chair Moeller. I went to Representative Moeller earlier on this year and said, again, after listening to a number of my law enforcement agents, the drug task force in my area, my county, on my ride-alongs, I knew how frustrated they were and the inability that Minnesota had when we wanted to prosecute our fentanyl drug dealers. The folks that knowingly are out there with thousands of pills, selling them, distributing them, knowing that 6 out of 10 of these pills could kill somebody. And I went to Chair Moeller and I said, boy, I sure hope that I could work with you on this. And you said, no, Dave, you're going to carry the bill. And I appreciated you doing that because that's what I wanted. Because I wanted you to trust me on this. I wanted you to be able to know that we could work together on this. And we had many morning meetings. We had prosecutors, county attorneys, law enforcement. We had the right people in the room that could support a good balance that would keep our people that don't need to be in jail out of jail, but the folks that needed to be in jail, by God, I want them in jail. Because what everybody talks around here is the deadliness of the guns. My guns are the pills. I want them off the streets, and I want to put the people away that are harming people, that are distributing deadly pills. That's where they belong, is in prison. And the levels of prosecution, the first and second degree possession, first and second degree sale, we did it right, and we listened. And when I heard they were going to go away for jail for, say, 15 years to prison, if you get caught with so many pills on you and you're actively selling, that's the kind of stuff I'm looking for, because we are recognizing dosages this year, members, not just grams. And so that was an important part of our legislation to change it. But what bothers me now is, I'm hearing through the discussion, because I didn't get a chance to sit on public safety, is the changes in the rules where we're softening how long they're going to stay there. The changes to the MRRA and the commissioner and how they're going to be able to soften this a bit. So these folks that were caught, and I thought we gave our law enforcement agents and folks kind of a win today and this year. They're going to see we did some good things. I'm just super concerned that what you're doing on the backside is weakening what we were working on. So I'm concerned about that part of this bill a lot. Because I can't tell you how important it is for me to put people away for as long as they should be away when they knowingly are trying to kill people, our children, with pills that look innocent. They don't look dangerous like needles. They don't look scary like a bunch of powder you have to sniff up your nose. You pop a pill in your mouth and it goes away and you're dead. That's how tricky and slippery this is. But to the folks that go out every single day and try to keep our streets safe, our kids alive, our families from experiencing the worst nightmares when an officer comes and knocks on your door and says, I got some really bad news. That's the kind of thing you don't want to do. And the officers that are doing that are heroes to me. They're heroes that are in the field, that are in dangerous situations. They're trying to get the drugs off the street. I was also one of the lucky ones that was able to attend Officer Owen's funeral last Saturday, and I have to tell you, it's the first time I've ever seen anything like this. To the officers that have served in this room, to our retired officers that are serving us today, and to the officers out there that are listening to us around the state of Minnesota, watching how we do this bill today. I cannot thank you enough for sacrificing so much of what you do and what you're willing to do every single day. But a moment that was important to me on Saturday was after the funeral inside the high school in beautiful Glenwood. We were outside and we had the 21-gun salute. We had taps, you know, those moments that just chill you. We had a flyover with a little plane that kind of like, it was loud and you could tell it was a loud plane. Did a circle and all of a sudden a blue stripe of fog came out and did a lap around the school, and it was moving to me. And it was windy that day too. It was windy. And what I caught though was all of a sudden there was a period of silence. It got real quiet. The wind died down for a second. And there was no outdoor speakers or anything. It wasn't like this was well thought through with an audio part of this. But there was a speaker there or a intercom of some sort that you hear when you hear of a police radio on the police officer. And all of a sudden, what came over the air just struck me as, oh my goodness. The dispatch got on and was looking for Officer 603. Dispatch, Officer 603, badge number 603. Please report. There's nothing. They did it again. Officer 603, badge number 603. And what came on was just, God bless you, Josh Owen, end of watch, April 15th, 2023. And then just the place, there was not a dry eye in the place. It got quiet. It was meant to be that moment, that special moment. And when you don't hear an officer reply, I can't imagine what that's like. And again, I want to thank the men and women that are out there every single day keeping us safe. The community of Glenwood, the county of Pope, how amazing they were to support their community. And officers around the state of Minnesota. Do you know what they also did? I didn't realize this until I talked to my sheriff a few days later. They actually went up and relieved the officers in Pope County for that week so they wouldn't have to work. They came in from all over the state of Minnesota. I didn't realize that. This camaraderie and this family is mind-blowing. Members, we need to do better on this bill. Thank you, Representative Moeller, for offering my assistance and my help. I will continue to work with you. We can do better. God bless our officers in uniform and everybody that helps keep us safe. Thank you.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Madam Speaker and members, I want to offer a few comments about something that we debated pretty thoroughly last night, and that's this bias incident database. And I know that it's really easy to drown me out because I talk a lot. I get it. But I'm really hoping that folks will choose to listen right now because I want to tell you a story.
Representative New Brindley, can you put your microphone down and then pick it up again?
Is that better? Is it better? Maybe?
Getting mixed reports, so just speak up a little.
Well, we'll try. Maybe I'm talking too softly, which, as it turns out, no one ever says that to me. But we'll try it. But, you know, there was a lot of talk about last night about some really horrific things. It was a hard conversation, right? And Representative Hassan talked about 2 mosques burning, which is a real atrocity. It's horrific. Representative Herr told a story about people throwing garbage at her. Horrible, horrible things. Representative Hornstein talked about the Holocaust. And I want to dig into that just a little bit deeper. So my father-in-law, Robert New, was born a Jew in Paris in 1939. As you can imagine, this was not a good time to be a Jew in Paris. His father was Otto. I'm going to call him Opa because that's what we always called him, Grandpa. And I want to tell you a little bit about Robert and Opa. So Robert was a little boy. Opa was actually born in Germany. He was a Hungarian Jew born in Germany. And when the war began, when World War II began, the French actually interred the Germans in German internment camps. And my father, not my father-in-law, my grandfather-in-law, Opa, was placed in one of these German internment camps. The irony, of course, is that then when Germany invaded France, Germany released Opa from these internment camps, from the internment camp that he was in. They did not know that he was a Jew at the time. And so what they did is he was subject to conscription, and the Germans forced him to go back to Germany and work in the factories. He was working, and in fact, I'm so bummed that I forgot to bring it this morning. I was going to grab it, but we've got his life story written in a book. He wrote his entire life story. He wrote it in 5 different languages. It was written in English, Hungarian, French, German, and I don't remember the last one. I should. That's pretty sad. But he wrote it in all these different languages. So after he passed away, Robert, my father-in-law, translated it into English so that our entire family would have access to it. But he wrote his life story, so we know some of these stories. And as Opa worked in these factories, he and one other gentleman actually spent their time sabotaging the parts that they were sending to gas chambers. That is how he spent his time during the war. Now, at the same time, of course, my father-in-law, Robert, was a young boy, and he and his mother were still living in Paris, and at this point, it is occupied. They're living in occupied Paris. And Opa would occasionally be given leave, and he'd be able to leave and go back to France to spend time with his family. And on one of these, during one of these visits back to his family, the Nazis knocked on his door. And fortunately, Opa is the one who answered the door. And when he did, the Nazis said to him, "We understand that there is a German woman and her son living here." Now, fortunately, Opa was there, and he just told them, "I'm sorry, you're mistaken." And miraculously, they left. But the point of this story, as it relates to what we're voting on today, and what I hope, I pray we will take into conference committee and consider, is that it wasn't neighbors yelling epithets at Opa that were the problem. It wasn't even violence towards them that was the problem. The problem was that citizens, neighbors, were reporting to the government on who they were, and who they were meant that they were Jews. The citizens were not the problem. They were not, let's be honest, we all know how Jews have been treated throughout history, but ultimately it was not the neighbors that were the problem. The problem was an oppressive government. The Holocaust didn't happen by neighbors killing neighbors. The Holocaust happened because we empowered a government. A government was empowered with information, with databases, with neighbors snitching on neighbors. That is how the Holocaust happened. It was an empowered government. And members, I honestly, as we debated this last night, and I've said this throughout the evening and today, I honestly, this is not hyperbole. This is my firm belief. This is the scariest piece of legislation to ever come out of this body. We do not want to empower our government with information to go after our neighbors for how they think, for things they may say, even if we don't like them. We do not want to empower a government that can become oppressive. And guess what? Once this cow's out of the barn, this horse is out of the barn, there's nothing we can do about it. Because there were plenty of good Germans who understood what was happening. There were plenty of good Germans who were hiding their Jewish neighbors. They weren't turning them in, they were hiding them, they were protecting them. But ultimately, there was nothing they could do. It was not the neighbors who came for my father-in-law. It was his government that came for my father-in-law. And the last thing we want to do is create a database, to create a list for our government to use against our citizens. I implore you, please, 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 consider these things when this bill goes into conference committee. I understand it's too late here. This bill is passing. This is heading off the floor. But this is dangerous. And it's not dangerous for any one of us. It is dangerous for all of us. Because right now, you might consider our speech the wrong speech. You might consider my ideas the wrong ideas. But that might not be the case tomorrow. Tomorrow it might be your ideas that are considered the wrong ideas, or your speech that is considered the wrong speech, or your religion that is considered the wrong religion. But whatever the case, whatever we do, please do not give our government the power to moderate that. Please take that in to conference. And if we're not going to remove the provision entirely, please consider the changes that Representative Niska offered that would at least put guardrails around this, that would at least put parameters around this. Because I get it. We all have stories. We all have hard things. And this is the story of my family. And again, it was an empowered government that came for him, that knocked on his door. Let's not do that to our neighbors, members.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't really planning to talk here on third reading, and I spoke a little about hate crimes yesterday, but I do want to say, Representative New Brindley, that as the son of Holocaust survivors whose both grandparents were killed in the war and many uncles and aunts, there is nothing in this bill that remotely resembles the Holocaust. And I think we have to be very, very careful about making these kinds of analogies and comparisons. I think it desecrates the memory of my family and many who died in the Holocaust. So while we can disagree on different aspects of this bill, to make this kind of historical analogy is very disturbing and very hurtful. And so I just wanted to say that on the record, Madam Speaker.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I will echo some of what Representative New Brindley just shared, but I'll bring a different take on it. Colonel Wiens, I was also in East Berlin about that same time that you were. I was an exchange student at the Freie Universität Berlin, as Austauschstudent, and we really enjoyed doing dumb things. So we smuggled Bibles and lots of cash into the East, And I made it a point to also bring little American flags, and I would plant them very surreptitiously outside of East German government buildings and kind of walk along my way. And I'm sure you're surprised that I would tick them off in doing that. It's so atypical for me. But what we did with the money is we brought it to people who were Christians behind the Iron Curtain. What they told us was that sometimes they were actually ratted out by neighbors and their own family for doing something as outrageous as not joining the state church and praying to God. They were praying. They were Christians. They were praying, and they were ratted out. And that was quite eye-opening for a young college student enjoying his time at a university overseas. And it just galvanized me politically so that I would never allow that to happen were I to become somebody who made laws. Fast forward a couple of years, I'm married, have kids, and I have an opportunity to go to post-communist Russia on some missions trips. And we did some very similar things. We brought relief to orphanages. I did 3 trips, and we brought relief to literally thousands of orphans. And it was heartbreaking, but in each of those trips, one of the people that I got to meet was a gentleman whose name is Evgeny, or Eugene in Russian, but we called him Zhenya. Zhenya was a great guy. And in the communist Russia, Zhenya prayed in his apartment, and he was ratted out because he was encouraged. I believe the word in the bill was solicit. They were solicited to share who was committing as heinous a crime as being a Christian. Christians believe certain things that aren't always in alignment with other people, and some might view that as hateful. Zhenya was sent, if you've ever read A Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich, or you've read The Gulag Archipelago by Alexander Solzhenitsyn, you know what happens to people who go to the Gulag. So Zhenya was sent to the Gulag for the heinous crime of being a Christian. And after many years in prison there, he suffered severe frostbite on a work gang. And if I remember correctly, he lost his thumb and his index finger on his right hand and another digit on his left hand and some toes. But he persisted, and he said, I will not bow down. I'm going to stay with my convictions. Convictions that some people felt were offensive and were hateful and could be categorized as either anti-political or hate speech. And, you know, I meant what I said yesterday. I will stand with you any day of the week, arm by arm, side by side, and I will stand up to the bullies who come after you because you're something that they don't deem to be okay. I'll bring a wire brush and I will scrub swastikas off the brick with you, and I will call out people, some of whom might even be in my own party, and I will tell them, indulge me, I'll tell them to go to hell. That's not acceptable. But I hope you understand that the reticence of our side of the aisle on this is that was fairly broad, aggressive, open-ended language that's in the bill. And I found out after I made the statement yesterday, and he's listening, but we all know who Rich Neumeister is. Rich actually tweeted out there that the data retention plan was 6 years of data that would be collected, that he asked the commissioner how long would it be retained. Once again, ask anybody who's in cyber how easy it is to defeat a database. It's not hard. But collecting that kind of data, and as Representative O'Neill had said, that there are some problems with access to that sort of data and not notifying the person who is potentially under accusation and that data is being collected on. That's our reticence. That is our fear. That is why we are concerned about that provision of the bill, because we have seen, as Representative Brindley said, and I have just shared, when government has access to that sort of data, historically, it has not gone well. And that is our fear. I don't want either myself or children or grandchildren or friends or neighbors or relatives to become a genia and sent off because of something that they've done, or caught up in a pogrom, if you know what that is. You know, I'm not going to touch on I'll touch briefly. The gun provisions in here I think are very flawed, and obviously I'm opposed to them, but that data piece is really a stark mile marker in my mind. That's something that sticks out and I can't support. It is frightening that we would collect that data with some fairly broad brushes and no real conversation on what to do with the data. How long you retain the data is now 6 years. It's deeply troubling. So as I think back on my time, and Colonel Wiens, it's Alexanderplatz, and we went through Friedrichstraße, Checkpoint Charlie is. I remember those things. I remember proudly doing dumb things to talk about the fact that I live in a country that's free, and I watched what people who live in a country that was not free had to suffer through. And the people who were in East Germany when I saw them, they were denied better food for their children, better jobs. They couldn't get they would have loved a Trabant or a Skoda. They couldn't have access to those things simply because they had the temerity to be Christian. That's why we're concerned, members. That's deeply concerning to us. So as it heads into conference, I hope that you will consider revisiting that language, because as a couple of us have pointed out, who have either, as Representative Brindley said, familially experienced that, or the Colonel saw it, or I saw it firsthand in both Russia and in East Germany, it should be concerning and not dealt with casually as you go into conference committee. Members, I'm voting no, and there's no surprise in that, but I think that as you head to committee, as you conferees are named, you should take a moment and gather your thoughts as to what is the value of that provision in the bill. Evaluate what you intend to do with it. Ask yourself, is this something that I can proudly talk about? And hopefully strip it out. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to spend a little bit of time as a member of the Public Safety Committee offering a few thank yous. First of all, thank you, Chair Moeller, for your very balanced and at times patient leadership. We didn't always make it easy for you, but appreciate your consideration. Lead Novotny, thank you very much for being our lead in that committee. The researchers and staff, fantastic. Made it a breeze. All we had to do was show up and say what we think, which is the way it ought to be. And especially, I want to thank the other members of the committee, especially those of you from the majority, because I learned the most from you. I think it's when our ideas are challenged, when they're pushed back upon, when our premise is turned upside down and inside out, and we have to put it back together again, that's the opportunity to grow. And I feel as though I've had that opportunity this session working in the Public Safety Committee. I've learned a lot through our work, been introduced to a number of organizations that I was not previously aware of. And this whole concept of restorative justice is something that I think that there is a nugget in there, a nut at the center that has tremendous value and that needs to be explored and embraced and fleshed out. And I think that the majority is ahead of the curve on that, and I'm eager to catch up. Specifically, noting, and this has been said many times both in committee and on the floor, the notion that I believe Commissioner Schnell from DOC has said this a number of times, the notion that 95% of incarcerated folks are going to find themselves back out on the street, back out in the community at some point. That's a sobering statistic. And if we care about the safety of the public, the safety of the community, what are we doing to ensure that those reentries are successful? That's a legitimate concern. But I've also learned a lot by getting outside of this building, by getting out into the real world out there, and speaking with different folks from a wide variety of perspectives who have something to say on public safety. I did a ride along, as I mentioned yesterday, with Minneapolis Police Department 4th Precinct a couple of weeks back. That afforded me the opportunity to later attend a multi-agency briefing with a street racing task force. That was fascinating to learn about that, the takeovers of intersections and the difficulties that they've had in trying to rein that in. And I got out into the community. I got out into North Minneapolis. Representative Mueller and I, or Mueller, I did it. I did the Mueller-Mueller thing. It's a curse. Representative Mueller and I, I'm sure Mueller would have came if we invited her, went to a church in North Minneapolis that's pastored by one of the folks who came and testified in our committee on behalf of these community groups that are receiving state funds. And it was fascinating and humbling and educational and not at all alien, right? Like felt very much at home in terms of the values that were being expressed and the aspirations that were being projected there. I had the opportunity to sit down with one of the community groups that's serving in North Minneapolis and have a very robust conversation with a group of mothers and grandmothers who work as these, I forget the exact terminology that we're utilizing here, but the co-responders, that would be the word, right? So the police have an issue and they need somebody who's not a cop to show up and try to de-escalate it. These are the folks who do that work. And curiously enough, I found out as I was talking to them, so as soon as I walked in the door of their office, I recognized, or I thought I recognized, one of the women, one of the mothers. And through the course of our conversation, and she kind of gave me that same look of like, I've seen you somewhere before. Through the course of the conversation, I realized extremely coincidentally that we were both at the same scene when I was doing my ride along. They had called her to come out to de-escalate a situation. I won't go to the details of what the situation was, but I got to see them do their work. And that was extraordinary. The value of it was manifest in the real world, right? I also had the opportunity to tour the Anoka County Jail. And so that's a pretty broad variety of perspectives. And what I thought was interesting was in talking to all of these folks coming at this problem from very different perspectives, I heard similar themes in terms of what they'd like to see in our approach to public safety. And this is in no particular order, but the first one that I wrote down was that offenders need to be held accountable. And often in our debates, we toss language around without defining it and end up talking past each other because we mean two different things even though we're saying the same word. And I think accountable is one of those words. In fact, I know it is because I've heard Representative Frazier talk about accountability and what it means to him, and it means something different than what it means to me. And for us, accountability on this side of the aisle, I'll dare to speak for my colleagues. On this side of the aisle, when we talk about being held accountable, we mean paying a just price for the offense you have committed. When you violate somebody's rights, the first objective, the primary objective of the criminal justice system should be to administer justice, to effect justice, and that means paying a penalty, a punitive penalty for what you have done, the harm that you've committed. And look, again, recognizing that should the objective be ultimately to rehabilitate? Yes. But that needs to be a secondary objective to ensuring that justice has been served, and certainly a secondary objective to ensuring the safety of the public and the safety of innocents out there on the street. And we heard that from everyone we talked to, including your own testifiers. They want people who, as I spoke to when I offered my amendment that was ruled out of order earlier, folks who have demonstrated through repeated violations and repeated disregard for the sanctity of human life and the integrity of their neighbors' rights. They've just demonstrated that they've opted out, that they don't care, that it doesn't matter to them. Well, it matters to us, and it matters to our neighbors. And at that point, it becomes more important to protect the people to whom it matters than to worry about how we're going to rehabilitate the person to whom it doesn't. That's what I heard time and time again. Secondarily, and I think on this point we'll find more agreement between the two sides, is I heard from everyone that I talked to, including my own sheriff, this desperate need to address mental health in a comprehensive manner. And earlier, Chair Moeller spoke to the fact that there's money in this bill in order to provide for co-responders. I get that. I appreciate that. I don't think it's enough. This might be the one scenario where you're going to hear a Republican talk about how you should be spending more money on something. I think mistakes were made in the past when we started to break down our mental health supports and our institutions that were made available for people whose mental health capacity has eroded to the point where they've become a danger to themselves and others, and we need to build that back up. But the answer, just like with criminal justice, the answer isn't always to just throw people into a building somewhere and let them languish. There needs to be this kind of spectrum of supports and interventions that we can make with the goal of getting as many people to be productive and self-reliant as possible, but recognizing that we're not going to save everyone, and that those who can't be saved need to be safely housed. That's just the way it is. And there's clearly this gap, and again, this is the common feedback I heard from everyone, whether they were a cop or a community member out on the street. There's this gap between, for lack of a better term, law-abiding society and the criminal justice apparatus, where people just kind of get flung from one to the other. And you guys have recognized that problem. That's part of what you're trying to solve with this restorative justice concept. And so what we need to do is we need to kind of develop this membrane between the two that serves a function on either end of trying to divert people from going from law-abiding to criminal justice, but then also trying to ensure that as they're making the transition in the other direction, that they're actually ready to re-enter. And again, that's work that you guys are ahead of the curve on, but it certainly needs refinement. And I heard that, by the way, from the community group that I talked to, whose work was demonstrated. I showed up, it was kind of funny. I showed up and they had their books laid out like they were ready for me to audit them, and like, that's above my pay grade. I'm not going to audit you. That's not why I came today. But they were very proud of the fact that they have their stuff together. And they were very happy and eager to be scrutinized because they're proud of the work that they're doing. But what they also said was that not everybody's doing it this way. And that there's a need for a kind of a conformity and a uniformity in terms of, not necessarily a uniformity, but a certain standard that's applied to these groups. And also that they're encouraged to work together, because as it stands right now, there's a lot of competition for the grant dollars. And it becomes kind of a feeding frenzy of trying to get money over the other guy. And that lack of cooperation results in inconsistent service to the people who are the end users of the product, so to speak, right? The folks on the street who have the need. And so you'll get, I don't know what the exact terminology would be, but resource hoarding or double dipping or whatever the case may be. Somebody comes to 3 different groups asking for help with rent. Obviously, there's a deeper problem there that needs to be identified, and it's not going to be identified until there's this consistency or this at least cooperation between the different groups. And so that was something that was recognized and asked for. A third point, or fourth, who's counting, that I heard from all of these folks is the need to address the underlying moral issues that fuel violations. We are not dealing, and I think this might be a blind spot for you guys, we are not dealing with a situation where because somebody is hungry or poor, they decided to turn to crime. That might be the case in some fraction of cases. But what we're dealing with at root here, because there's poor people out in my neck of the woods too, they're not shooting each other in the street. We don't have, I saw a whiteboard in this office of dozens of names of people who've been shot. And they had them marked, the ones who have been shot by police were marked with little blue asterisks. The one that were minors were marked with little red hearts. But the majority of the names were neither of those, which means we're dealing with non-law enforcement adults shooting and killing each other in the street. And if that was happening in my community at the proportion that it's happening there in North Minneapolis, we would be extremely alarmed. Extremely alarmed. And they recognize, and it was preached from the pulpit of that church that I attended, and it was certainly preached from the mothers and grandmothers that I was sitting around a kitchen table with in North Minneapolis, that we need to get to these kids and teach them how to do right. And that is a moral mission that needs more than money. It needs a certain attitude. And we need to have the goal of teaching people how to be productive and proud of their achievements, proud of their accomplishments. Point them towards a merit-based way of looking at life, because that keeps you from crime. Last but certainly not least, I heard from every single stakeholder that I talked to that we need to signal and deliver support for our law enforcement officers. At the end of the day, and this was said by Pastor McAfee in committee, and it was in response to a question from me. He said that if people aren't going to do right, we're not going to just mess around. We got to have something we're going to do. And the implication there was we need to have partnership with our law enforcement. We need to take seriously our criminal justice and having meaningful consequence for people who can't be diverted because they refuse to be. You can't help somebody who doesn't want it. And so we need to make sure that we're working on that recruitment and retention. But I think most of all, and this kind of goes to the amendment that we debated last night regarding the increase in penalties, and I'm glad we were able to find some compromise on that last night. We have to start honoring, or once again, because we used to do this, once again, start honoring and respecting the people who we entrust with law enforcement responsibilities. That's absolutely essential, because if we don't have people who are willing to do this job, and past a certain point we won't. I mean, there's a limit to the extent to which somebody is going to subject themselves voluntarily to being underpaid and hated by everyone. It's not a pretty good deal, right? So we need to make it a better deal. And it doesn't cost 1 cent to honor somebody. It doesn't cost 1 thin dime to be respectful and to treat somebody with value. We need to do that with our law enforcement officers. So with that, because this bill fails on those objectives, in my estimation, I'm going to be a no vote. But once again, I very much appreciate the opportunity to learn here. And I think that future work done in this space is going to be more productive because of the work that I was able to do with this committee. Thank you.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, this is a disappointing bill that does nothing to keep the citizens of Minnesota safe. Now, there's a thin line between civilization and chaos, and thankfully our law enforcement personnel are willing to stand on that line and walk that line. Now, if you happen to read the Minnesota State Constitution, the first responsibility of the state is public safety. This bill doesn't do that. For those of you that haven't read your Constitution, I'm going to read the first sentence of Article 1, the very first part of our Constitution. Object of the government. Government is instituted for the security, benefit, and protection of the people. This bill does not do that. This bill prioritizes the perpetrator of crimes and violent crimes over the victims of those crimes. We have, besides our law enforcement officers, I want to thank our corrections officers. They do a very important part of our system. We have a safety issue with our staff in our correction facilities. From July 1st to December 31st last year, there was 22 reported assaults on staff at the Rush City Prison. From January 1st to March 23rd, there were 34 reported assaults, one with significant bodily harm. If you add that up and divide by the number of hours, we have one of our staff in that particular prison alone that's getting assaulted every 57 hours. And the tough part is most of the assailants end up with little or no consequences for the assault. And if many of you have had the corrections officers come to your office, and they tell you the morale is in the tank. They don't want to be there. They're doing it because they know they need to. But I've never seen the morale this low. And I wonder why. In the governor's recommendations, he requested almost $5 million for the biennium for safety and security in our corrections institution, yet this bill has none. Those funds are not only to keep the inmates safe, but also our staff. Not only the corrections officers, but all the staff. Yet there's nothing for safety and security in this bill in our correctional institutes. One of the priorities to keep them safe from the corrections officer's standpoint was to obtain mail readers to keep the narcotics, which are soaked in the paper of the mail they get, out of the prison. But instead, there's body cameras to make sure the rights of the inmates are protected. Now, yesterday we had a long discussion on a new plan to only have those who have been found guilty of crimes and even violent crimes to only have to do 1/3 of their sentence. So if you get a 3-year sentence, you do 1 year. A 15-year sentence, you only have to do 5. That's absolutely ridiculous. Is that what we're doing to protect our citizens? Sending people out of prison with no accountability for the crimes that they commit. Now, for those of you who don't know, some of the crimes, if you do a burglaries, the first burglary you do, you don't go to prison. The second one, you don't go to prison. The third one, you may go to prison, but it's usually 4 or 5 before you actually go to prison. And that's not just number of burglaries, that's actual convictions. We don't keep people accountable for their crimes. And if you've ever been a victim of a burglary, like my wife has, if I go outside to do some work in the yard, I better have a key with me because I'm locked out of the house. And those burglaries happened when she was a child. It still affects her today. We also have a new clemency review commission to make it easier for people to get out of prison. Prosecutor-initiated sentence adjustment to lower sentences, which takes effect August 1st. And I can imagine how many petitions are going to be filed up in one county on August 1st to have sentences reduced. And what does this bill do? It makes it easier for persons to receive a pardon from the governor by removing a requirement of a unanimous vote by the 3 individuals on the pardon board, just making it 2/3 vote. Making it easier to get out of prison. This bill also changes the process for the Sentencing Guidelines Commission by removing the authority of the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of her authority to appoint and giving it to a lower court judge. I'm not even going to make a comment on that one because I know where that comes from. So I'm disappointed about this bill. It doesn't hold those who commit violent crimes accountable for their crimes, giving more concerns to the perpetrators than the victims of the crime. But the only thing I've seen in this bill that is missing is when we're going to close our prisons. Because that's what this bill does. It holds nobody who commits crimes accountable, doesn't care about the victims, and does not ensure the safety of the citizens of Minnesota. Please vote no on this bill. Let's send it back, get it done correctly to protect our citizens. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And like Representative Wiens, I want to start with a little bit of gratitude. I think it's important that we all have gratitude in our lives, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve my community here at the Minnesota House. I'm grateful for the opportunity as kind of a law geek to serve on the Judiciary Committee. I'm grateful for Representative Becker-Finn, Chair Becker-Finn, and Vice Chair Frazier, and Lead Scott, and everyone else who's on this committee and who's come before this committee for kind of indulging some weedy questions. I like to, like I said, I'm kind of a law geek. And I'm grateful, and I hope we're all grateful, for the rule of law, for our Republican form of government, for our Constitution that lays the foundation for us all to be here in not a perfect country, but the greatest country, I believe, in the world. I wish I could vote for this bill because it does have some important provisions in it that I think are helpful in maintaining our system of rule of law, our system of public safety. It does fund our third branch of government, which is incredibly important. Our society, the rule of law does not function without a functioning judicial system. It funds our public defenders, which are critical to our system of due process. They're critical to holding the government accountable when it tries to take the liberty of any one of us. It provides continued treatment for funding for treatment courts. It eliminates the $8 fee for uncertified copies of court documents. That's something that I've signed on to some bills for. I think that's important to maintaining the rule of law. And it funds the Guardian Ad Litem program, the Guardian Ad Litem board. And my family has seen firsthand the value of the Guardian Ad Litem program. If those of you who don't know, we have a daughter that we adopted out of child protection in the foster care system. She biologically is a family member, but we adopted her out of the child protection system, and she had the best Guardian Ad Litem. And that was a huge part of her journey through that process. If for the sake of brevity, I won't go into the story, but if anyone is curious, on February 7th in the Judiciary Committee hearing, I did share that story. I won't go into that now, but I wish I could vote for the funding of the Guardian Ad Litem program today. I wish I could vote for funding for public safety. There are some good provisions on public safety here. but the bad in this bill does not outweigh those provisions. And I'm disappointed that I'm not able to vote for it today. I'm disappointed that we have provisions in this bill that weaken our Second Amendment rights, the due process protections that are afforded to those. We tried repeatedly on this side of the aisle to improve those protections, and we failed. But more fundamentally, I'm disappointed, as we discussed last night, about how the judiciary portion in this bill weaponizes our state government against the political opponents of the governing trifecta. This is taking another step by the government to reach into the marketplace of ideas and pick winners and losers. And we had a long discussion yesterday about this registry. I won't go into it all. I appreciate all of those others who have spoken about our concerns. But again, I want to bring us back to this question. An incident we saw around this body within the last few months. If a state employee, by labeling somebody as being engaging in harassment or bias, can threaten and try to silence a powerful member of the Capitol Press Corps, we need to be very careful about what power we are giving to bureaucrats at the Department of Human Rights through this bias registry. Now, we heard suggestions in the debate last night that that surveillance system is necessary in order to help protect people against crime. And I wholeheartedly agree that we should do absolutely everything to prevent and punish hate crimes, to prosecute the only words that come to mind are words I don't want to say on the House floor. The person who recently bombed 2 mosques in Minneapolis, or whoever that was. Let's get them. Let's punish that horrible, horrible bias crime. Let's have a bias. We have a bias registry at the Department of Corrections, or at the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. Let's track that stuff, criminal stuff. But what we shouldn't do, what we cannot do, is give the government a speech registry to pick and choose which of the things among the things that all of us have said and done are going to go into a registry that's saved at the Department of Human Rights. There was a reference yesterday to the German model. I don't think we should adopt the German model, but I don't think it's really even fair to describe this bill as a German model. I think it's more accurately described as a combination of the Soviet model of snitch lines. Unfortunately, we had a variant of that during the pandemic, but this is creating a permanent snitch line. It's creating something like the PRC model of social credit scores, where the government surveils how people are doing and decides whether or not you're doing good things, and the Orwellian model of thought crime. On this side of the aisle, we reject those models, and we stand firmly instead for the American way: free speech and free people, constitutional rights and due process. So while this public safety and judiciary bill does contain some good provisions, contains some good funding I support, it tramples on our Constitution and attacks the fundamental foundations of our First Amendment, that the government isn't the one who gets to decide what good thoughts are and what bad thoughts are, what good speech is and what bad speech is. And so for that reason, I am voting against the Soviet model, the PRC model, the 1984 model, and I'm going to be a no vote on this bill today.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be brief today. I want to, first of all, thank Representative Chair Becker-Finn for her work on the committee and her really awesome staff who worked really well with our staff. I want to thank our staff, Callie Lehman, Anna Borgadine, and Ella Schultz. I see them back in the alcove over there, and I want to thank them for their great work. And also for nonpartisan staff, I think they've probably left, but Ben Johnson, Nathan Hopkins, Mary Davis, and John Walls. As always, just a really good professional job from them. Members, this bill funds the third branch of government, including increased funding to address the underfunding of the public defenders. It eliminates, as has been said, I guess, the $8 charge for court documents. So I'm thankful to many people in this chamber that had worked on that. Representative Robbins, Representative Becker-Finn, both had bills on that. And it increases jury compensation. You know, our jurors are getting paid $20 a day now. This ups it to $50. Yes. I am disappointed that the funding didn't go in for the volunteer guardian ad litems. We made a case for that last night, I believe. But unfortunately, this bill gives a whopping 56% increase funding to the Department of Human Rights to hire nearly 27 new FTEs that will be used in large part to weaponize government against its citizens, whether it's employers, housing providers, educational institutions. But as we discussed last night, this bill will allow the department to collect data on citizens that can be little more than a difference of opinion. This is a violation of our First Amendment rights. As you know, individuals and groups come to the Capitol regularly to express their opinions on any given topic. This is protected free speech for groups and for individuals. But when the author of this provision admitted that someone wearing an I Love, I Heart J.K. Rowling t-shirt could be reported to this database for the collection of so-called incidences of violence or hate, it is not hard to see how government could easily come after and silence you and your right to free speech and expression. For this reason, I will not be supporting this bill that weaponizes and silences our right to have an opinion that may be contrary to yours, simply by the virtue that it and then is called hate speech. Government should protect our rights, not come after us for exercising them. Please vote no.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Feist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak in support of this bill. I had the honor of serving on both the Judiciary and serving as Vice Chair of the Public Safety Committee, and it has just been a true joy and honor. You know you're in the right place when you're following along with a spreadsheet with a ruler and you're like, this is awesome, like every line. So I just love this bill. I feel like it is a truly proactive, forward-looking, equity-minded, creative, bold vision for public safety. Holistic is another word that I'd use. And I'm very excited to be voting for it today. I wanted to highlight a couple of provisions. We talked about the probation bill, House File 1838. I am incredibly excited. It's been a true honor to work with all 87 counties who provided these resolutions of support to advance the formula for a more equitable, generous, strategic funding formula for our community supervision and probation delivery. We also included policy provisions in that bill that I think are incredibly important. The creation of a community supervision advisory committee that will provide training and quality assurance. Technical violations will be something that is addressed through this bill. It's a complicated issue, but we really want to address the fact that a lot of people who fail under probation, it's because of technical violations and not actually somebody who committed a new crime. So that's something that we look at through this bill. And we create a targeted innovation fund that's going to help innovate in community supervision. And I'm just incredibly excited about this new formula, and I wanted to highlight some of that. I also want to talk about youth justice. This is something that we really boldly address through this bill in a really visionary way. Is that egotistical to say? Anyway, I'm super excited about the youth justice investments that we're making here. We create an Office of Restorative Practices within the Department of Public Safety that's going to help to expand restorative justice across the state of Minnesota. This office is inspired by the work that's going on already in Metro and Greater Minnesota. We've already called Yellow Medicine County out. I'd like to do so again because they are a true inspiration. They, 20 years ago, created a Department of Restorative Justice, and they have used it to really save costs around out-of-home placement and to more adequately protect or more equitably protect public safety in their county. And that's something that we hope to really expand and support through investments across Minnesota. We also have intervention and prevention grants through the YIP grants that are funded very generously through this budget. This is the answer to juvenile justice, to invest heavily downstream before kids are getting to the point where they are, carjacking. One of our key supporters for the Office of Restorative Practices is the police lieutenant in the Minneapolis Police Department who oversees their carjacking unit. So he sees the promise of restorative practices, interventions, and I'm really excited about how our intervention and prevention grants, which include restorative practices investments, are going to help address juvenile justice and enhance public safety for all of us. Lastly, I just wanted to call out Representative Pinto. He's not there, but he has some really important policy provisions in this bill around youth justice, reforming how we use strip searches and solitary confinement for children who are incarcerated. That is an incredibly important part of this bill. And so I'll leave it at that. I could talk for a lot longer because it's an awesome bill. So I would encourage everyone to vote green on this really excellent forward-looking bill. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So a couple of things I just wanted to touch on before we get into the thank yous. There have been a lot of discussion about a relatively small provision in this very big bill, but I do want to ground us in the language that we have about reporting incidents of hate and the combating hate organizations that have come together and brought this language to us, because I think the truth is really important. And this language was not brought to us by the Department of Human Rights. It was not my idea. It came from community. I recognize that's not typically how things work in these buildings, but that is the truth of where this came from. And I just wanted to share the organization, some of the organizations who worked on this language and on this, on these efforts. Jewish Community Action, National Council of Jewish Women, Jewish Community Action Council, Council on American Islamic Relations, Reviving Sisterhood, Gender Justice, Anti-Defamation League, Minnesota Interfaith Power and Light, and the Coalition of Asian American Leaders. Those are the folks who worked on this language. And I also want to ground us in the idea that it isn't always about the person who is doing the harm, but about the way it is experienced by the people who are living it. And that is the point of what we're doing. There's no, nobody's gonna come get you. Some of the inflammatory language that's been used is just false. That's not what's happening here. And for the record, I think it's really important that we ground ourselves in the truth. And the truth is that these organizations, primarily Jewish-led organizations, are the ones who brought this to us and want us to be putting this together, working with the Department of Human Rights. We should all want to hold up the good work of the Department of Human Rights and make sure that people's civil rights and human rights are being protected. It's unfortunate that the bulk of the discussion has been based on both the willful and just unfortunate misunderstanding of some of the provisions in this bill. I also just want to speak to overall, I recognize the way that I do this work and the way that I show up in spaces and do my work as judiciary chair is not like those who have come before me in this role. I know that white supremacy and our capitalist culture impacts the way that the systems exist. I am a systems person. The system isn't working. More correctly, the system isn't working for most of us and most of the people in our communities, and so I'm always going to have that systems focus. I was lucky to not grow up in poverty, but I was raised by someone who did grow up in deep poverty, and I will always put those in need first. I recognize that those might not be the folks who have lobbyists in these buildings, and that is not always the way it has always been, and that might mean that some people who wanted things and asked for things don't get what they want, because I am putting those folks most in need first, and I will never waver in that. We should be taking care of each other, and everybody is deserving of redemption. Everybody, their humanity needs to be seen whether they have money or not. And that is really the push, and that is really the heart of what we're doing with the judiciary provisions in this bill by supporting public defenders, by supporting civil legal aid services, by increasing jury pay, by making sure parents in child protection cases have access to an attorney. All those things are about putting those folks first. Does that mean that other people who are good, deserving people doing good work might not get everything they asked for? It does, but that is the reality of putting together a budget, and I know where my priorities are, and I am proud of this bill that's in front of us. Finally, although we have a lot of overlapping members, but I did want to touch on some of the provisions relating to the MRA, because there's been some things that have been stated that, are not completely accurate as to what this does. And I said this last night in one of the debate around one of the amendments. If solely locking people up longer kept us safer, the United States would be the safest country in the entire world. The current system does not work. 95% of the people who are incarcerated will return to our communities. Do we want them to just sit incarcerated, locked up, and not be doing any work to get better? They're coming home one way or another. Do we want them to have done the work to be better and get the help that they need so that they can actually be redeemed? I think that we do. You could get elected to office and your whole term in office do nothing here. You are not required to introduce a bill. You're not required to do much of anything. You don't have to meet with constituents. Does that make you a good legislator? I mean, I guess technically you're a legislator, but there's a difference between doing the work and just biding your time. And the MRA incentivizes people doing the work. And a real incentive is taking some of that time, but it is earned incentive release. It isn't a get out of jail free card. You have to do the work. Right now, and actually the reason that this provision means a lot to me is that when I worked as a domestic violence prosecutor, which coming from the background that I came from, having somebody's liberty taken away was a really big deal to me. When I signed that first complaint and I knew that that warrant was going out and somebody was gonna be in jail because of work I had done, I knew it was important and it needed to happen in that case, but I didn't make that decision lightly. So then when I learned, I actually didn't know this until I got here and served on the Public Safety Committee, and I asked questions about the Department of Corrections. What happens when I, as a prosecutor, send somebody who commits a strangulation or some other heinous crime, domestic violence-related crime, and they go to prison? And I started asking questions about what happens when they go to prison, and the answer I got was basically nothing. They're locked up, they eat their meals, they bide their time, and then they're released. That doesn't disrupt the cycle of violence. They go right back to the same things that they were doing before. I know because even in the short time I worked as a prosecutor in just one county, you would see those repeat offenders. We all know that that happens. I would rather have them in that time where they're separated from that other person. I would rather have them be doing the work and getting the programming that they need. And that's what victims are telling us too. These provisions are supported by all of the victim and survivor organizations in our state, and that's why we recognized them last night. So I just wanted to set some of that straight because that is the reality. And that is actually, this is evidence-based stuff that will actually make us safer. The status quo isn't working. We all know that. That's what we're all been arguing about. So let's not keep doing the same thing. Let's do it better. Finally, I do want to give some thanks. We had a really good committee. We had a lot of first-term members, but I think a lot of really great first-term members. Everybody on our committee, I think that for the most part, we did our work in a really respectful way, even when we disagreed. It's really important to me that I, hold everybody accountable in the same way to the rules that we have in our committee, and I really appreciate the discussions and the work that we did. And then Anna, my CA, Zach, our research person, and Ella, my CLA. Zach and Ella are brand new to this work, and they were total rock stars. We do have an incredible team on Team Judiciary and Public Safety, and our House research folks as well. As Representative Scott said, I think the good working relationship between Callie and my CA, it really is important, and I think the way that even despite the things that get said in debates on the House floor, Representative Scott and I do have a good working relationship, and that is important to me, that we are respectful with each other, and I do really appreciate that. So it's a good bill. I'm really proud of the work that we've done, and that I get to do it with these people in a good way. Would really appreciate your support. We should all be proud to vote green on this bill. Thank you.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Speaker Hortman. Man, it's been a long 2 days, and I'm sure everybody else is about as exhausted as I am. And I had all these things I was going to talk about yesterday, and I scratched many of them off because they've all been covered. I find it funny, the one thing that I was going to open with, my opening line that I wasn't going to give up until about 2 minutes ago. If you try to do more than one thing at the same time, you do none of them well. And I think that is the frustration that we have on this side of the aisle with the public safety bill and the people that are supposed to be doing the work of public safety. Representative Johnson talked about the Constitution, and that is one of the first things mentioned. We have prosecutors whose job is to support and defend and be the voice for the victims, and we just don't see that in this current bill. We have at least 3 provisions in this bill where not only are we not sticking up for the victims, we're going back and we're retroactively changing sentences. We're going in on the murder aid and abet rules, and not only are we changing the murder during the commission of a crime by aiding and abetting, not only are we amending that, we're going back and we're retroactively changing those sentences. We're retroactively going in and changing probation limits. I am looking forward to the fact that I don't have to hear the story another time about the woman who did a plea agreement of her own volition, so she'd get a lower sentence, lower time in jail. She agreed to take a long probation so she wouldn't have to do jail time, and then complained about having a long probation that she agreed to. So with the probation times being capped, at least we won't have to hear that story again. I've heard it so many times in the last 3 years. We're doing the Minnesota Rehabilitation and Reinvestment Act, and that was just covered very well. But keep in mind, last year, crimes of violence weren't covered. This year they are. The Department of Corrections Commissioner tells us that less than 1% of the people commit 63% of the violent crimes that we know of. That's the ones that we can prove. Representative Hudson had a great bill. We wanted to amend 609.1095. It is a bill that I'm sure if we went back and looked at the legislative intent of that bill, that you get 3 chances, and at that point, you're going to have to serve your time out. And that bill would have changed about 5 times, in essence, the word from may to must, because I'm sure when those legislators made that rule to start with, they thought if you don't get it by the second conviction,
you're not getting it, and you need to serve your time out, and you're not doing it. In my 3 years here, I've seen the pendulum swing. I was hoping we were at the far side, and I was hoping it was coming back, and I do see signs of that. We do have bipartisan measures in this bill, and you notice that the bipartisan bills that we supported and are in this bill are the ones that actually stick up for the victims, like increasing penalties for invasion of privacy and some of the deep fake rules, sticking up for the victims. And those pass, and we think they're great ideas, and we should be doing that. I've got enough blue ink on this thing, my page, to say that I'm just going to conclude my statement by saying thank you, Chair Moeller. Thank you, the staff. Thank you, everybody on public safety, Ellen, John, the nonpartisan staff that was there. You made it a very enjoyable, as much as committee can be. We got through it. Respectful is the thing that I think I took away from the committee this year, and thank you, everybody that was on the committee, even you, Hewitt. With that, I'm just going to say we've got an important job to do here, and we need to stand up for the people. And I would like to just point out I also was at the funeral for Deputy Owens, and let's not forget Gary Schroeder. Gary Schroeder was a duty disability retiree from the Zumbrota Police Department. Gary lost his battle with PTSD on April 17th, and that's what I'm going to be thinking about. That's who I'm going to stand up for, and thank you all for being on the committee.
The member from Ramsey, the author of the bill, Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. I'm going to start with my thank yous as well. A shout out to Vice Chair Feist, to Lead Novotny. We really do have a good working relationship, and I do appreciate all the members of the committee. I think we did have some really respectful and good conversations, and I'm looking forward to continuing that. Nonpartisan staff has just been phenomenal. Ben Johnson, Jeff Diebel, John Waltz, our fiscal analyst. We have partisan research staff on both sides of the aisle, John Hultquist. We have Zach Meinertz, was our DFL researcher. And then our committee staff. Farheen Saeed is my CLA, and he's brand new, did a great job. Naomi Jagana was our page, and the other pages who helped, thank you. And then certainly last but not least is Ellen McDaniel, our committee administrator, who was in this job for her first year too. A lot of newbies here from me to Lee Novotny doing this work, to Ellen, to Farheen, and just can't thank the team enough. And again, to all of the committee members and to all the people who came to our committee and testified and also wrote letters. Their input really did make a difference to us. I just want to address a couple of the things that were said here tonight. Somebody said we're not funding police and that this is an anti-law enforcement bill. That is just simply not true. This bill has over $100 million to law enforcement, and there are many things that they support in this bill that they either testified about or wrote letters about in committee. One of the main things was officer recruitment and retention. Thank you to Representative Hewitt for working with them on that. They came to me at the beginning of the session and said, this is a crisis, and there weren't many ideas that were necessarily floating around, and he took the ball and ran with it as he did in his true referee format and got some great language in our bill. We heard tonight about mental health resources for officers and other first responders being needed. Absolutely true. Our bill funds that. We have bills in here related are from Representatives Kosnick, Wolgamott, Curran, and Stevenson, all related to mental health resources for our first responders. We have money in here that goes to the BCA to help local units of government when there are issues related to crime. And we heard tonight about accountability. Do you want accountability? Then you will support this bill, because if our communities aren't able to apprehend suspects, and in some areas of our state, the clearance rates for homicides are 50% or less. If we don't have a suspect, we actually don't have someone that we can prosecute and sentence. And so this funding to the BCA will help with that. We also have a provision in here related to carjacking that allows law enforcement to put a tracker on a car that's stolen in order to be able to apprehend that person, again, for accountability. We have background checks in here that, again, all the law enforcement groups supported. Accountability for fentanyl dealers, which we worked with law enforcement on. They support the sexual assault exams being paid for by the states. We have training for law enforcement officers on use of force. That's a Representative Novotny bill. Representative Feist mentioned the restorative justice and how strongly Minneapolis police support that because it's proven to work. And we heard from our tribal leaders about the law enforcement provisions in this bill. So we have a lot of great things in here that they support. We also heard tonight about victims and the accusation that there's nothing in here for victims, and that could not be further from the truth. The letter in your packet here is from Minnesota's 6 statewide anti-violence coalitions. They consist of over 200 member programs providing direct services to victims and survivors of child abuse, sexual violence, domestic violence, and general crimes in all of Minnesota's 87 counties, and they highlighted their support for criminal justice reforms. The ones that are being criticized today are the ones that victims and their advocates absolutely support, because you know why? They improve public safety. We also have in this bill housing for domestic violence and sexual assault victims. We have the Missing and Murdered Black Women and Girls Office. We have funding for the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives Reward Fund. We have, again, state-paid sexual assault kits and decrease in timelines for processing those kits. We heard from victims how important that is. We have victims who contributed to the provisions in this bill, including the crime violence prevention grants here. We heard from LaTanya, whose daughter, Nia, was murdered through gun violence, and she has been working tirelessly on gun violence issues, and she's in her community providing services to other parents who have experienced the same thing and working with kids to try to prevent more gun violence from happening. Those violence prevention grants will go to groups like Mothers Against Community Gun Violence. In this bill, victims are mentioned over 200 times, and that is because this bill takes into account victims, and when you vote in favor of this bill, members, you are voting for victims. You are voting for law enforcement. You are voting for lowering recidivism. You're voting for accountability. You're voting to decrease gun violence. You're voting for crime prevention with a comprehensive approach. This is a transformational bill. It will improve the safety in every corner of the state of Minnesota, and I can't wait to vote yes for it, and I hope you join me. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A few weeks ago, my 4-year-old daughter came home from preschool and told me about her shelter-in-place drill. She said that she had been taught to hide in case there were bad people in her school. This is not okay. This is not the world that I want to live in, that I want my kids to grow up in, and we don't need to accept it. The U.S. has by far the highest rate of gun violence deaths in the world. 3 million children are directly exposed to gun violence each year. The answer is not shelter in place, hardening our schools, or giving our kids bulletproof backpacks. The answer is stopping gun violence. We should not be putting this on our kids. This is about adults stepping up. After years of marches and rallies and organizing, today we are acting. We are voting for a meaningful bill to keep guns out of the hands of people who have proven themselves to be a danger to themselves and others. Requiring criminal background checks for all firearm sales and transfers is common sense, and it works. Since federal background checks, 3 million prohibited purchases have been stopped. That's why the sheriffs, the chiefs, the police officers, 90% of the public, and 70% even of NRA members support criminal background checks. Establishing red flag laws will save lives, and they are already in effect in states like Florida. After the recent mass shootings in Tennessee, the Republican governor signed an executive order strengthening background checks and is calling on the GOP legislature there to pass a red flag law. These are bipartisan ideas. We heard so many excuses today for why we can't act to save lives. We heard that because we can't stop every gun transfer to a bad actor, we shouldn't try. We heard that 116 American deaths per day was not enough to justify acting because people die from other things too. We heard that this is political. Well, that couldn't be further from the truth. As I mentioned, 90% public support, people begging us to act. We heard excuses, but we didn't hear action. And today we are bringing action. We are bringing proven bipartisan effective solutions because one death from gun violence is too many. I also want to take a moment to speak about two personal provisions that are in here, the Clean Slate Act, which I've been working on very hard for the last 5 years. 1 in 4 Minnesotans have some type of criminal record, and 90% of employers conduct background checks. This is a significant barrier to employment for tens of thousands, and the Clean Slate Act in this bill would automatically expunge records for certain crimes after a crime-free waiting period. This bill has been broadly bipartisan, has had unanimous committee votes, and this is the year we get it done. And I also want to thank Chair Moeller for including my provision to limit probation terms except for homicides and criminal sexual conduct. Minnesota was the 6th highest state in the country for probation length, which can create significant barriers to employment and reintegration. Limiting probation to more than 5 years brings us in line with research and probation best practices, is supported by corrections officers and both liberal and conservative groups. This bill makes significant investments in local law enforcement professionals, including investments in recruitment and retention. It makes significant investments in communities on the front lines, helping respond to incidents, support victims, and prevent crime from happening in the first place. Members, this is a good bill that will make our citizens safer. Please vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 60 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to.